Welcome, everyone, to the Game Jam 2023 Post-Mortems, August 6th. That's today, starting very soon. Thanks for everyone showing up. Keep in mind this event is being recorded. All y'all can be seen in the audience, and we have the chat window being recorded as well, so don't post anything that would offend your mother. The way it's going to work is when it's time for you to present, I will be inviting you up to the stage, as I will do right now with wujak. Invite to speak.
Hi.
Aha. And when you are up here, actually, wujak, would you care to explain?
Okay, so yeah, when you get pulled up, you'll have the normal Discord options. You can share your screen and turn on your camera. Looks like maybe I can't share my screen if
Yes.
already is. But
Give me 1 second.
yeah, you'll be able to that stuff like you normally would in a normal Discord call. You'll have 15 minutes for your presentation. We'll keep track of that. If you would like a 5-minute, warning for questions or a 1-minute warning for like a wrap up, let us know. We'll try to let you know. When your turn is over, you will just be moved back into the audience. We will invite the next person up to speak, and it will be their turn to do that. I'm also going to every new speaker put just like a line in the chat of like, hey, now it's this game by this person, so that it's a bit easier to keep organized and know, if any questions come up and are typed in chat, we know that those are for the game, and we won't have, Zoql answering questions aimed at my game and being confused or anything like that, because I went before them, So it should be straightforward and easy. I think it's mostly on us to make sure we are pulling people up and stuff, and you should just be able to sit tight and hang out and watch until your turn and get pulled up here. You will get a little pop-up when you're invited to speak that you have to click accept for to move up here, but that should be straightforward. It's just a box that says you're invited to speak. Would you like to? Yes, no. So, all that sound good? Make sense? Anyone planning on doing something that doesn't sound like it'll work for?
Cool. Let's see. What else? I will be giving you a heads up, a 1-minute warning for everyone. Yeah, I think that's about it. I had something else. I forgot. Doesn't matter. Oh, right. You can ask questions in chat, and that's how we will do the Q&A sessions.
And just in the off chance anyone hasn't done it already, the little annoying music stages plays, you can turn that off at the bottom. I think we sat there and listened to it. Yeah, PowerPoint, you should be able to just share your screen. No problem. Just like you would in a regular Discord call. So that should be fine.
Yes. PowerPoint. Oh, sorry. Did you just answer that? My bad.
Yeah.
I was busy listening to the music. I lost track. Cool. Oh yeah, something else is everyone has 15 minutes apiece, and we do have 2 to 2:15, 2:15, 2:30. We realize that there's going to be a bit of bleed over. It's not going to be perfect, so you will get your full 15 minutes, even if we start 5 minutes into what should have been your presentation time.
Yeah. Unless you don't want it, feel free to finish early and get us back on track.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you, Taco.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Check out the recording.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. We're 1 minute out, Jay. It will. Oh, that's a good question. I think it will be public, right?
Recording. Yeah, we our wonderful True Art Museum curator, Katz, has set up a YouTube channel for like Discord event stuff to post this on. So we will be sharing that once it is uploaded. So it should be good and public and no problem to access.
Nice. Right. I am going to mute myself, and Jay, I will let you take things away.
All right. Thank you. So I'm wujak. I don't have any, super exciting things. I intentionally made a small game. I was going to go over a little bit of the story about how that happened, because originally I was thinking I wasn't going to be participating, because all year it was something I was excited to do, and then the way the timing worked out, it was the month that I was making a very big move. So the day of the awards was like my first full day in a new apartment, like 16 hours away from where I was. So but actually the day the themes and stuff got announced, I was sitting in a call with our McFrumples here, just kind of discussing, pitching around, brainstorming game ideas and stuff, mostly aimed at helping him out come up with something. And I originally pitched this like, what if you had a little Big George game where you had to run and the like hide your powers thing was like the WarioWare stage in Smash Brothers with the mom that looked at you and you couldn't use your powers then. We kind of threw some ideas around that back and forth, and then the idea of protecting the trees and the bears that eventually became McFrumples game came up, and it seemed like, oh, actually, I kind of liked that little idea I had. I could do something with that. A platformer seems small enough that I could probably tackle it and handle it in the amount of time. So again, I was very, very busy personal wise. So managing scope was my main challenge. It's something that I have been trying to get better at in general. A lot of like my art show work and stuff used to be things I worked, 6 hours on to have shown on stream for 10 seconds, and kind of trying to manage scope kind of thing. So that was my big challenge for this. And I think it turned out okay, an intentionally smaller game. If anything, I underscoped. I kind of, was spending the last, week or so just tinkering with movement, fixing bugs, maybe prettying up some art. It's like I probably could have gotten audio here if I wanted to, but I wanted to keep it my own personal, do everything myself challenge because I wasn't sure it was going to get finished. So the next step of that evolution was the art style, which kind of happened by accident. This is the first piece of art that I created for the game at all, which is the Big George sprite. And this was actually just like a quick A sprite temp thing that I made because I had not really used A sprite before. And then I decided, hey, this is actually cute. And that kind of informed like the sloppy art style, or like the intentionally kind of, rough style of a lot of it, the colored line work, that kind of stuff. Um, that really, it eventually bled through to like these images and scenes that are like much bigger things than the first little sprite I was playing around with, right? But it's still sticking to the same default A sprite color palette and all that kind of stuff. And I think it ended up being like a cute art style that was again easily scope managed, intentionally small things I could work on pretty quickly. None of these are, these all have flaws in them that if I really wanted to let myself, I could pick apart forever. But again, trying my best to not do that. And I don't want to pick myself, but sorry, I said I was going to do that for every game. Keep track, but yeah, kind of that art style evolving on itself. My game maker knowledge was actually pretty limited when I started. McFrumples here, I don't know, a couple months ago did a robot party event that was just like a game maker overview, how to make a little simple thing. I had actually gotten the pretty much same lesson in a smaller thing beforehand, which is what led to that. That was kind of my first introduction to game maker. I am a professional programmer, so like I have some amount of comfort programming in any language you throw at me, and the art stuff I do as a hobby. So kind of able to take that seed of knowledge that he gave me and run with it to make a little something like this. Also lots of tutorial work. There was a little built-in platformer tutorial that I started off doing a lot of looking at, and then kind of had to change a bunch because the levels here, I was using tile sets, and originally the tutorial I was following was like detecting where tiles are filled in and that kind of stuff for how collision would work. But then once I started trying to put in slopes, it became like impossible. And I had to completely redo how a lot of that code works into something that I think ended up being a lot simpler for me, which was good. But had to go back through levels I had kind of figured out and add these like collision boxes around everything to make sure it worked. And slopes are still a little fiddly, right? That was one of the main things that came out of testing beforehand. It's like, actually, if you're sprinting down a slope, it can be weird to jump. That kind of stuff still happened for sure. But those are the kind of challenges that I think a lot of the game jams probably faced as little teeny, oopsies like that hopefully you fix. If you don't, then like everyone understands why that kind of stuff happens. The big bug I encountered was I was testing with McFrumples here, and the pickups that are in the level that unlock your powers for later on. So like this one is the one that lets you shoot the fireball, if you remember the game. But he found that if you pick this up and then die and the level reloads, it actually applies the power before you finish the level and go talk to Dark Shippy Dudes like you're supposed to. And I was like, okay, that's, I got time. I'll fix that bug. It's not that bad of a bug, right? Getting a power up too early is like more fun than game breaking a lot of the time. But turns out I had to completely redo the entire system about how things save to be able to do that, because I was having it save that stuff on level load and write some stuff on level end. But actually I had to it went from like one do you have a power up flag to like a several state thing about how you had picked it up and how you all that kind of state stuff about saving that information. It's like in here having to write this became its own enum instead of just a boolean. And I actually spent a lot of time kind of in a panic the day before I submitted of oops, I broke literally all of that. Yeah, zoom in. Good. This is pretty it's simple stuff. It is just writing to a temporary file. But originally these were just booleans, and I had to change them to states for like you don't have it, you picked it up but not turned it in, you turn it in, the power's active, that kind of stuff. I also had towards the end some tester feedback about like, oh, maybe the game's too hard, which I was really worried about. So I added in like some cheat codes about level skip or refilling health or stuff that I actually had it set up to where if you lost enough times, eventually like the game over screen would start telling you about them, because they're supposed to be encouraging and that kind of thing. So luckily the Boston's playthrough on stream went pretty well, and he was, I would say, above average at the game. Not a thing I like to admit most of the time, but luckily it had things moving quickly and snappy, and didn't run into any major problems. There was one bug that I didn't fix where in the Dark Shippy Deuce fight, sometimes he would go turn on the light and then just get stuck there. I don't know, he's supposed to move to the light, and then once he collides with it, it turns the light on for a set amount of time, and then he moves back to where he was. But every once in a while he would like, my best guess at what was happening is like the tangents touched and that did it, but it didn't actually collide enough for him to come back. And that happened a couple times in testing. Hopefully it didn't happen to anyone who was, playing the game on their own time. I was grateful it didn't happen on stream, but what can you do? Sometimes bugs are bugs. It was low priority because it fixed itself, right? The way Dark GPU's code work is he's just every time he it's time to do a thing, it just randomly chooses based off the powers you have. So he can either summon a little dude, move to the light, but if the light's already on, he'll just move to the other side, shoot his little projectile, or just move around, right? So whenever he decided to move again, it would fix that little bug. So I got to avoid that one pretty well. So overall, I'm very happy with how it turned out. Like I said, it was an exercise in scope management and stress management on my own part for how much time I was able to devote to it. I think we started different timers because I have 5 minutes left on mine. But yeah. Anyway. I guess that works out. Never mind. But yeah, it's the low scope management. I made a nice little game that feels complete, right? That's one of the things I was really aiming for, and one of the things I really found impressive in so many other people's games is the ones that felt like they achieved what they wanted to achieve. Not necessarily the biggest games or the best games or any of that kind of stuff, but it seems like, a lot of them checked off everything on their checklist, right? It feels like a full game start to finish. There's, starts and win states and just kind of a little narrative and stuff. And that's what I was really aiming for. So for next year, maybe getting this under my belt will be a confidence boost, and I'll be more willing to work with a team and have somebody do music for me or anything like that. And hopefully not be moving so far away that I can focus on that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the basics of what I wanted to talk about. I got about 4 minutes left, it looks like, and I'm happy to open up to questions if anyone has any. Is there anything you want to know, questions you have about the game, any particular bit you would like to see? I'm fine showing any of this like behind the scenes code stuff. So the game maker stuff that I found easiest was how well things are managed together, right? I really like this system of, you're tying code to the object, you're putting codes directly into the thing that you want, right? I used a lot of these alarms, which turned out to be nice, but were kind of a crutch for not being able to treat this like an object-oriented language like I would maybe be more used to, where I just really want to be able to call, like, put some method on the player that, Dark Shippy Doos calls or whatever to do damage or something like that. But yeah, that's probably the main thing. Is I really like the organization. I wish it was maybe a bit more object oriented in a way that I could, scope things and organize things in a way to have more code be more reusable. Because I feel like I have a lot of code duplication in this project. I followed Dark Shippy Doos and can't remember if there was an art. There is no non-Dark Shippy Doos ending, but every item you collect that unlocks a power for you actually unlocks a power for him as well. So the first level, you have to collect the whistle. So, always when you fight Dark Shippy Doos, he'll be able to spawn the little lizards. By default, he has a move that he'll just swoop back and forth across the stage. And then the collectible in this level is this little gem that lets him fire those projectiles, these things. And then the one in here lets him turn on the light, and kind of that increased moveset changes the odds of what he does. The best time to hit him is when he's doing the swoop attack, because he's actually vulnerable for a really long time, but he's less likely to do that as he has a bigger moveset. Any platforms that specifically inspired your game? So, like I said, at the very, very, very first pitch was, what if it was like that Smash Brothers stage with the mom looking at you? And that was largely what this level was, the one that has the like sonar ping in the background. This was kind of the original idea, and I was actually super happy that on stream Bossman was like, oh, I get it, this is like the Smash Brothers stage. The mom was like, yes, that was the core game pitch. That was literally from minute one the goal I wanted to accomplish. So that was a big one. As far as like, I don't know if there was a particular platformer that I would point to. It's kind of just a general platformer knowledge thing, right? I like platformers that move quickly, right? A lot of like managing stuff. I guess like I'm a big Neon White fan. I don't know if that counts, but it's very much about managing the resources in a level to move through quickly, and that's kind of one of the goals of like the boost pickup collectibles. You can run out of boost and just kind of be screwed and have to jump in a pit and try again. So that was definitely one of them. Any other questions? I got a minute left. Yeah, I felt like I did have some time left in the end, Jocko. Definitely enough that I was sitting there polishing, fiddling with like, should the move speed be 30 or 32 kind of stuff. And it's like, I could have probably, if I had been more confident it would be finished, asked somebody to create music or sound and been able to work that in. That's, always good to have goals for next year. And I think that is my time. So thank you,
Yeah.
everyone.
Thank you, Jay. Great presentation.
Yeah, happy to start things off.
Yeah.
With a little gaming week. I think these stages are working well. So.
No glitches so far. Next to the stage, I'm going to bring up Zoql.
All right, I am going to hop off the stage. Good luck, everyone. I look forward to seeing your
Thank you so much.
I will be here if you need anything.
Yeah. Cool. Appreciate that. Zoql, give you a second to set up.
Hello.
Hey. I'm going to mute myself and let you take over.
Cool. Let's see. Sounds like the baby woke up. All right. How do I share screen? Oh.
At the bottom of your window, there should be there's the unmute music, there's turn on camera, and there's a little share your screen, a little monitor with an arrow in it next to the microphone.
For some reason, it won't let me click share screen.
That is weird.
Oh.
Okay, I got it now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Sorry, I was hopping up to see if I still had mine shared or something. So you can't do both.
No.
Okay. Glad you figured it out.
Okay. Screen is visible. Okay. All right, I'm going to start. Hello, everybody. I'm Zoql, and I'm here to talk to you about QQ Step. So there are quite a few things I'm proud about with QQ Step. I'm especially happy with the digital version of the game. Special thanks to Meebit for all the work that they've put in. But what I wanted to discuss in a little bit of detail is DJ dues. So going into this year's Game Jam, I had a few ideas that I wanted to tackle. I wanted to do a 2-player game with a sports theme, so I could draw various teams of unique characters. And I really wanted to make a playable Dark Shippy Dues. Now, DJ was the toughest character to nail down mechanically, but in the end, I think he turned out pretty cool. So in QQ Step, DJ Dues' special goal is to get 20 kudos, or essentially play a maximum of 20 turns. He basically wants to bide his time and mess with the opponent's game plan to try to time them out. His ability happens at different points of the game when he gets certain amounts of kudos. And at those points, he gets to draw cards from his beat drop deck and offer them to his opponent to use. And these items are pretty cool too. Like double time here. If you use double time, you get to take 2 turns in a row. But the drawback is that DJ Dues will get to take 3 turns in a row. Or there's Cha-Cha Slide, where when you move with the dance card, you get double the kudos. But DJ Dues picks the card that you have to use. In early versions of the game, I had a little shop, an item shop, the turntable, where players could buy items or beat drops with the kudos that they would get, and DJ Dues' abilities would mess with this shop. But when I was playtesting very early on, we realized there was no incentive to buy anything from the shop because the items they're very situational, and it didn't feel good to have the opponent benefit from your purchase. And it was always better to use your kudos to advance your own goal. So I cut out the shop and focused DJ's ability solely on him offering items to the opponent. At first, I had him offer only 1 card, but the choices for both players weren't that interesting that way. DJ would have a lot of control over how the game would flow, and certain cards would never see play. And for the opponent, just like a simple yes or no choice wasn't very interesting. So I ended up with having DJ offer both of the cards that he draws and flipping one card face down. And then each card would have different costs for the opponent. And it made things a lot more interesting because DJ would have to choose whether he wanted to risk hiding the opponent's better option or revealing that card to guarantee a few extra kudos. And then for the uh, opposition, choosing a card that you know but have to pay a few kudos for versus a card you don't know but is free, on top of being able to reject both cards for a steep cost, made things much more fun. So yeah, that's DJ Dues. He isn't exactly balanced to my liking just yet. I played as him the other day, and I think some of his beat drops favored him a little too much. So I've been tweaking some of the stuff for version 1.1. Um, yeah. So let's talk about some cut content. So there was going to be a tutorial battle at the beginning of arcade mode. You can see some of the script here. In the intro, when DJ Dues asks you if you want to warm up before the party, you were to have an option to say yes or no. And that would also have counted as the optional boss battle had that rule been in effect this year. And then during your match, he would then walk you through the different mechanics and stuff. Yeah, even with like the extra few days of work that we put in after the deadline before the stream, we couldn't fit the tutorial in. I blame DJ Dues. He took a lot of effort to get working right in the digital version. I originally planned to add more art and maybe like slight animations for all the characters in the game. So as you can see from this concept, I would have had a stance for when it was not a character's turn, a little dance animation for when it was your team's turn, a little slide for when you're moving to another space, and a frame for when you're bumped off the dance floor, in addition to like nice profile art that would be on like the select screen behind you have the nice team pose. Yeah, right after I drew this concept, I realized that I could not do that in time. So I cut it. Fortunately, Meebid built a little program that I could use to stretch and squash the character art to make the little animations that you see in the final game. But yeah, to make up for not being able to draw more art, I ended up pivoting to adding voice acting. And I think that was a really good call because the voices added so much more charm to the characters, I think. And the one animation that did make it in the game, I think went a little unnoticed. It's DJ Dues hip thrusting. All right, this next bit wasn't a cut, but more of a if I have time kind of thing. Arcade ending art and like a little more story. The arcade ending art would have been like a cool image of your team with a congratulations and kind of like the picture you see when you beat classic mode in a Super Smash Brothers game. Story wasn't an important part of judging this year, so I didn't really think too much about the narrative. But if I had a little story mode, I think I would have focused on the champ because I consider the champ as the star of the game. It would have been like a wholesome story of the champ originally wanting to win the tournament to get rid of his friends, but in the end, he realizes that his friends are great and he decides to keep them by changing reality so they lose. Also, Primeval Mask would have been an undercover cop trying to get info on DSD. One last bit of cut content is from Shivaj, actually. As he was working on the music, he messaged me saying that he ended up writing a rap for the DJ Dues song. He ended up not being able to record it due to technical difficulties, and we ultimately decided that it would have been a little too distracting in game, so that was cut. But if you're curious, you're going to have to ask him about it because I do not have the lyrics. I'm very curious too. All right, so before I open up the floor for questions, I wanted to share a few fun facts. Sorry, I'm not going to rap for you guys today. Fun fact number 1 is about Solvay's ability. So Solvay spilled tea in this game. Originally, that ability was creating foam on the dance floor. This was a case where I made the ability first, and I was trying to decide what character could drop foam or if I should make an original character to go with this ability. But then I remembered that spilling the tea refers to gossiping, and so I chose Solvay for this instead. I think Melanie would have preferred to see most of the playable roster feature her original characters anyway, so I think that was a good call. Also, if there's ever a chance to add a little subtle toilet humor into something, I will always go for it. Fun fact number 2, Dark Shibby-Doos isn't the only character that's appeared in all of my games. Well, I guess he's not the same character, but this alien species has appeared in all of my games. So this Slendalian was a Scrappet, or a monster, in Scrappet Kaiser Princess. He was a bounty named BTB in Stardust Butterfly. And in this game, he is Mervin, a member of DJ Doos' team. And last fun fact number 3, Tugra is based on my dog, Tuve. That's the fact. Just wanted to show off a pic of my dog. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions? QQ questions? Plan Marvin the Martian. Yeah. Yes. Can I speak to the process of translating a physical board game into the digital game? So generally what I do is I work on the design. So when I make the game, I try to get a design down in the first week. And the second week is all playtesting and like figuring out the little details. And the second week is when I send like what I've got to MeBid. And then after that week, I try to lock all the balancing down so nothing changes, and focus on art and stuff. So they're kind of developed simultaneously. I don't really work on the actual physical printable version until like after the deadline, because we want to push the digital version first. When designing these tabletop games, how much do you consider the digital version? Yeah, I think that it kind of goes with the last question. I try to focus a lot on the digital version after I get the design down. And you can kind of see afterwards, as I make the physical version, there's like some design elements that I come up with later that I'm like, oh, I could have put that in the digital version. There's like a little graffiti kind of thing going on the border of like some of the cards here. Can we see the hip thrust again, please? Oh yeah, of course. There it is. How hard programming the AI? That is a question for MeBid, since he's the one who did all the programming. Yeah. How did you determine which character went into which team? Ooh, oh, I wish I had the teams pulled up. So for Primeval Masks team, I went with like, he can like swap characters. So I needed his team to be like historical characters, but I didn't want to have actual historical characters in the game. So Alexandria I consider historical because she's a skeleton. And she was also from a past game jam. Um, I I yeah, with the champs you can see here. Um, I guess the theme was like I put all the short people on the same team with Mr. Gemby, Walrus Gemby, because Walrus Gemby talks to little critters, and I thought that'd be kind of funny. Um, yeah, that's kind of the main thing that the themes went to. Like the rest, I just split among like Solvi and DJ dudes. How do you go about doing the character redesigns into more dance appropriate versions? Ooh, uh, I don't know. For the champ specifically, um, I based everything around Walrus Gemby. Walrus Gemby has this like country flair, I think, and so I tried to give that to the rest of the crew. And I thought it'd be funny to have the champ's Hawaiian shirt be like a cowboy Hawaiian shirt. Um, the rest I kind of based on the lead. So Primeval Mask had a disco thing, so I tried to put a disco theme to their team. Solvi, uh, for like a dance thing, I just figured I'd put a hat on her. And so everyone had like a hip hop theme, and then there's a gesture theme for DJ Dudes' theme. But yeah, I really love Solvi too. She came out really well. Um, I guess that's all the time I've got.
Yeah,
Unless you have
on the
questions.
dot.
Okay, cool.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next to the stage. There we go. Next to the stage is EdwinDamen with Friendslaughter. Friends laughter? Who knows? Of course, first I have to find you in chat. Ah, there we go. If I can speak, come on up.
Thank you.
Cool. I will mute myself and let you take over.
All right, thanks. Let me see. This works. Full screen on this. There we go. Okay, Friendslaughter. Before I talk about my own game, I want to shout out Zoql for making Stardust Butterfly last year, because it was a huge inspiration for me to make a card game in the first place. So before we start, I wanted to do that first. So my presentation will look like this. First, I want to rehash some lessons from last year, then go into writing and design process, programming challenges, go into the art and music, show a bit of a development timeline, and finally end with some lessons and goals from this year for next year. And then some questions at the end. But you can ask questions in chat if you want to until then. So lessons from last year. Last year I made this little game, Steel of the Hardbangers, and also made a video afterwards describing my experience making the game, and also some lessons I learned from that game. And they were as follows. 1, take your time to write a good outline. 2, be realistic about project management. 3, test early. 4, don't make the game too hard. 5, reach out to the community when you need to. And 6, don't stress out. At the end of the presentation, I will go see if I can check every lesson, if I applied the lessons from last year. But let's get into Friendslaughter. First up with writing and design, the thing that stood out to me was this parallel between Walrus and Aurora. both being able to talk to animals, and this immediately sparked the idea of both having a team of animals and battling with them, kind of like this Pokemon style. And also, Walrus could talk to critters outside of the battle, and it could be a way to collect those critters and animals for his team. And that's where I started writing. I usually start with a story, just write some scripts, get to know these characters. And also, this is a screenshot from those first 2 pages. I started thinking about, okay, what if Aurora and Wallace have a team with animals? What could other characters have in their team? So Mary Margaret would focus on the undead, reanimating stuff. Seraphina could have these tricky team members with echolocation herself, some debuff to other to opponents, maybe stuff like that. And I also found that I was originally planning to put a throwback to last year's game to make a rhythm game with or against the champ in some way, but it was cut in the end because I didn't have time anymore, and it would probably make the game even longer. So yeah, that's the basics of the idea. And for the game design, I want to get into how I transferred that to a card game. And it was actually, the reason was really simple. Last year, after Zoql made his terrific card game, I thought maybe I could do something like that as well. And I developed Dag en Macht, which is a Dutch game. It's only available in Dutch, and it's only available as a board game in paper, so only physical. And this system, I tried some stuff, some prototypes at the start of this game jam, but I quickly figured, okay, this system is actually perfect for what I'm trying to make. So I'm just going to try to alter this system into something new. Dag en Macht means day and might. It's the same wordplay as in English, but in Dutch. Dag en Macht is also a multiplayer game. So it is designed for more than 2 players, actually. So you can play up to 6 players or maybe even more. And it's just pick up and play. There's no deck building involved. So in trying to transfer this card mechanic system to the characters of Robot Party Game Jam, I had listed some characters, some expansions on the ideas that I already have. But I quickly found that from the 17 cards in Dag en Macht, there are only 17 unique cards, I would have to make 45 unique cards for Friendslaughter. That includes primeval masks, different forms and stuff. And I also used the black border cards from Dag en Macht to make the Queen's Decree. That is their function in the game. So I wanted to add deck building, but I also added team leaders and wagers, which weren't in in Dag en Macht. So basically, almost tripled the amount of cards. Didn't even use all the 17 original cards. Added more mechanics. So yeah, I I didn't want to just make the same game digital because that is not the spirit of the game jam. I just wanted to use the system. And so I added team leaders, which basically works the same as commanders in Magic the Gathering. For those familiar, you basically always start with the team leader available to play. And wagers, I played Marvel Snap like a lot of people last year. And the snap mechanic is basically Kyle bait, Bossman bait. But I also thought it was a natural fit for the game, so just tried to add it. Which was one of the programming challenges, but the main programming challenge was all these cards, and 45 of them, all with their own scripts for their own behavior, for reacting to other cards. You can draw lines between every card. It has to react perfectly to other cards. And also AI, and that was by far the hardest part, because in the end I had to decide, okay, I'm just going to make an AI that is on service level, looks like it knows what it's doing, but in fact it doesn't know what it's doing. It draws cards, but it always plays the first card in order. There's no hierarchy, there's no weighing in for that. Also, so it doesn't respond to how or what you played as a player, and it doesn't play around the Queen's Decree. And in addition to that, it doesn't use card effects in a smart way. So for instance, cards with choices on them, like the gold effects, where you have to decide, am I going to sacrifice any gold to get a bonus effect? Or these effects where you can add more cards to the battlefield or move cards between zones. That it just happens randomly, basically. But it seems like it's doing something, so it was fine for what it is. And making the AI functional and not going too far with it left me time to work on stuff that I really like and I'm very passionate about, it, which is art and music. I already made a video after the game jam, a week after, which goes into all the art, going through all the layers from my Photoshop files, which is just a good way to see how my files are configured, or how do you call it? But it doesn't show like the whole process of me adjusting things, removing things, deleting stuff, starting over. But it does give a good way of how I like to organize my drawings. But speaking about, oh, thank you, guys, please. That is indeed the link. Speaking about creating Manly's world, this sort of creepy, haunting vibe that I went for. I could say, well, that's purely how I envisioned Melanie, but I don't think a 14-year-old thinks like that. I don't know. Maybe some do, but the reason there's a direct correlation between the music I was listening to while writing this game, while programming, and the actual mood of the game. And I was listening to a lot of doom metal, specifically this album, Bell Witch's new album, Future Shadow Part 1, The Clandestine Gate. Yeah, I listen to it a lot. It's like this very slow doom metal, 1 hour, 20 minutes, single track, and that's the LP. I recommend it to, I don't know if you should listen to it. But if you're into that kind of stuff, I'll recommend this album. And while making this presentation, I looked at the color palette of these two images and I see the correlation between them. And this was probably happening subconsciously. I didn't take the colors from this LP cover, from this vinyl, and reuse them, but it's interesting to see. But also the themes of that album cover specifically was, you can see some you can see some weird stuff from there. And there's more to Bell Witch than that album that came out this year. In 2017, they released Mirror Reaper, and it has this amazing cover art. And this was a huge inspiration for me as an artist to start drawing, because I was trying to achieve what Mariusz Lewandowski made with these very dark fantasy, almost Dark Souls-like landscapes with huge, like, demonic figures. And yeah, you can see in color palettes I used the sort of misty, mysterious stuff that is going on. That's there's a lot of that in Friendslaughter as well. I um, uh, basically only draw digitally, and I use Photoshop and a small Wacom Intuos Pro tablet. I use CS6, Photoshop CS6. I haven't upgraded since then. I'm not paying a monthly fee. And how I draw, I don't really sketch. I just paint, because as a kid, like when I was 10 years old, 11 years old, I was trained in portrait drawing, life drawing, and basically didn't pick it up for until university, where I studied architecture and got drawing lessons, and also took a course in life drawing as well. And then again, 5 years later, I joined this club where I learned how to do it with other materials and like speed drawing lessons. So this is how I learned to draw, just straight to color, straight to shadows, light, and everything. And what I did for Friendslaughter, I used a lot of pictures from public domain sources. I use those colors from those pictures, but I draw my own interpretation of it right next to it. So it's a pretty. It's not all from my mind. I cannot draw like great if I don't have a reference. So this is my trick, if you will. And the most fun I had drawing these was probably Primeval Masks, Alter Egos. For instance, Napoleon and Shakespeare in particular. There aren't a lot of modern depiction of these people, these historical figures. And being able to make my own interpretation of that based on these very rare, I don't know if they're actually true depictions of or paintings of those figures, but yeah, that was really fun to do. Even though there was one card with 4 different instances of it, which is missable content actually in the game. And then about the music, there are 4 themes in Friendslaughter, and I had these unused tracks that they were purely electronic synth-based, very basic compositions that I was able to transpose to a more analog sounding, guitar heavy sound by recording during the game jam with my own guitar, and basically add some flavor for every character's own theme. And these were the basic inspirations for. If I look back at what the style of music is, it's probably like this doom metal from Black Sabbath with more hardcore electronic, or dark synth from Perturbator, mixed together in different ways for each theme. So that is kind of the inspiration for that. How much time do I have left? Less than a minute. Oh, let's skip this stuff. We can look at this later. I think it's interesting. I made a graph of how I spent my time. I also made recordings during the process of what the game looked like. So that would be fun to look at, maybe. But I can share this stuff because I've made it very long, made way too long. I want to end with lessons from last year into lessons from this year. If there's time, or should I?
You may have to make another video, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
We could. That was really great, though. I think there's so much content that it was really hard to fit it all in 50 minutes.
Yeah, it was too much. This presentation is 90 slides, so
Oh,
I do.
Still, we appreciate
I'll make
everything.
another video.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. I want to know more.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, so thanks so much. Okay, next up, we have A River in Egypt with Quest for a Fourth Friend. There you are. I'm gonna thank you for raising your hand. Oh, okay, wujak's all over that. I'm going to wait till you get set up.
Right.
Cool, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna mute myself and let you take over.
Yeah, I've been a lurker here for a long time. This is my first time actually, doing anything, so I'm excited. Okay. Cool. So I did not have much prepared, so I thought it would be fun to just go through this note document that I had that I'd been incrementally going through. And I think it's also a good representation of my progress throughout throughout the development process. So let's just start from the top. So these were the two main concepts that jumped to me right away, which is a character and three friends, and then one of the animal talking characters, which I believe was either uh, Walrus, Gemby, or Aurora. So I ended up going with this. And then I kind of just like stream of consciousness came up with a very basic outline for the plot and what their goals would be. And right away, I thought it would be very, very important in terms of appealing to Melanie's like sort of mean spiritedness to have to break up with a friend. So that was something that I thought of right away. And also the friend dying, that also came up pretty quickly. But yeah, so this sort of portrait system, which ended up being used for a couple of other, or mainly I think it was just Dark Sheepy2's item shop, which will come up later. And yeah, I did want it to be a little bit more detailed, but that didn't really happen. And this frame was very important. I don't know if anyone remembers, but there is a scene in Paper Mario Origami King where Bowser Jr. gets like cut up into a bunch of pieces, and I had played that like somewhat recently before this jam started, so I was like, oh, that sounds like a fun thing to try and adapt. Yeah. So then the next thing was Solvi. Solvi was, I felt like a perfect thing to implement the fourth friend with. And so Solvi was pretty key. I think I ended up deciding to use Solvi before I decided to end up using Big George, which is funny. And yeah, as you can see here, I wrote try not to be too golem-y, which I think I failed at, but that's okay. I was still writing off of the golem streams, and that was fresh in my mind. And yeah. So originally, I just wanted these to be like three random skeletons, but then I thought it would be a cool way to cameo some of the unused unused characters from the jam. Oh, you lost my feed? Is it? Oh no.
Hey, if you're talking, we can't hear you right now. One thing, what you might want to try to do is bump it down from 60 frames per second to 30, and lowering the quality of the video. Okay, we got visuals, but no audio. Sorry, I got booted there for a second. So cats can hear you, but
River, do you mind if I put you back in the audience and then invite you back up here to see if that fixes the audio issue? It will have to reshare the screen, but I'll get you back up here 1 second.
Testing.
hey, you're back.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what happened. I tried to pull up the chat on a different device, but I guess that screwed everything up.
Oh yeah,
We're still figuring out how stages work.
I'm being very
Okay.
delicate with it. I paused it. The last thing I heard was Sulfide not being too gollumy.
Oh, okay, that was a while ago.
Yeah. But I paused it
okay.
at that point, so I got 3 minutes and 12 seconds. So
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
gonna mute.
So we were at Solvi. So yeah, one of my I did specify try not to be too gollumy, but that ended up not happening. But I think I wrote that down because we had just gone through the Golem streams, and so that was fresh in my mind. So I was like, do not let it influence you too much, but that did not happen. And yeah, so these 3 skeletons were just going to be just like random people that Solvi used to be friends with. But then I thought it would be fun if those 3 were just like cameos from jam characters that I didn't end up using. So I had to pick 3 characters that had very recognizable sort of silhouettes. And so that's why I went with we go here. That's why I went with Primeval Mask, because the helmet right there, Walrus Gambi, because he's got the smile and the outfit. And then the champ's also got, a very recognizable smile and his Hawaiian shirt. So yeah. That was just a fun way to get some of the other characters in there. And then the next thing I wanted to focus on was implementing dark shippy dues. And so because one of the rules was to have him run an item shop, I thought it would be funny to just lean into that and make him look like a used car salesman, which is where the idea for the suit came from. And yeah, so one concept that I was interested in doing, but ended up not happening for time, was the dark shippy duets to play off of the whole 3 friends rule. And they're called the dark shippy duets because they're 2 pairs of 2. And at first, because I knew that it was going to be a time crunch, I thought, oh, maybe I'll just draw dark shippy dues and then recolor him. But then that ended up not happening because I would have had to write like slightly different characters, and I feel like it would have either just come across as like too lazy, just having 4 dark shippy dues without like making some substantial changes. So that got cut. Yeah, and then as for the gameplay itself, which probably I should have prioritized more, but I was just like super like focused on like what the general concept of my narrative would be, so I wanted to get that out first while I still had those ideas in my head. But yeah, so the gameplay changed a lot over development, and there's my first doodle of Big George. So yeah, so this is not at all what happened in the game. What I was originally envisioning was like the characters would like break into a military base, steal a vehicle, and then steal a spaceship, and then go into space, and end up on the moon or some other planet, which is where Solvi lives. And so you would like go into this like freaky space cave. But the 3 different settings were so different that I ended up not being able to do that. So that's where this sort of grassy field came from. That was a little bit, I want to say a little bit of Pikmin inspiration, because I did remember eventually that Big George is supposed to be super tiny. So I thought, oh, maybe like get sort of like a Bug's Life perspective where everyone's in like tall grass, which would help simplify the background a lot more, which definitely helped with time. with like being able to create art a lot quicker because I could just reuse a lot of background assets. Yeah, so then yeah, this is where I decided to use Big George and again some more doodles. So Big George, I thought it would be cool to throw out clumps of wool which act as projectiles. And the three friends were originally going to have a lot bigger role in the gameplay, but that was just like a lot of programming that I didn't have time for. So it ended up just becoming kind of like a color match thing, like Ikaruga, if you know that game. And yeah, some more concept doodles. This doodle I liked a lot, so much that it did end up in the game in like one of the cutscenes, which was this right here. It'll load. There we go. Yeah. I just ended up tracing my original doodle in my notes into the pixel art app that I used. Yeah. So then this is where the gameplay actually kind of started to form a bit more. And yeah, like I said, the three friends were gonna have very, very different properties, like just straight up change how the game like straight up change your projectiles. I was gonna have an alt fire with like right click or something, and then they were gonna each have like different movement quirks. But yeah, again, that was just like way out of scope. That's just some math for figuring out how to calculate the projectile angle. Oh, and then here we have the actual characters when I started coming up with character concepts. So at first I wanted them to have different outfits, but again, for simplicity's sake, they all ended up with the same tank top and shorts that Big George wears. So here's the first draft of Lanky Sam. I thought like, and this was before I settled on the village setting and like living in the wild. I thought like, oh, maybe Sam just got out of work or something. And then Buff Chuck was always going to be like a Rambo or Ryu type guy. And then I tried different head shapes. But yeah, I was actually pretty pleased with how quickly all the characters like sort of fell into place. And then Tiny Bob I got on the first try. So yeah, these character concepts, I was happy that I was able to come up with so quickly. Oh, I mean, okay. And yeah, and then after that, the first piece of art I actually produced was this big banner image right here, just because I wanted to make sure I got the characters like feel right. But yeah, the characters, I am very, very glad that the characters came through quickly. And yeah, next is the enemies. Again, I was gonna have a lot different enemy types that sort of varied in each level. And the foam was I was like really, as soon as I had this idea, I was like, oh, that's gotta go in. So yeah, um, the enemies are pretty self-explanatory. They're just bugs with different attack and flight patterns. Some more math for some of the animations, and then this is when I tried to like very simplify what ability each of your friends would give you instead of those crazy move sets that were a couple pages up.
Hey, I'm sorry
But
to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're
Yeah.
at 11 minutes right now, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I wanted each of them to have maybe an ability, but then again, I did not. I saved that for last, and that ended up getting cut. So they basically all just became the different colors that you swap to kill different enemies. And then this was a rough draft. This was a rough draft of their village. And then some more. And then that's just like the wheel that you use to switch to your different friends. So yeah, that's the end of my notes document. One other thing I wanted to talk about was the gameplay side, at least, where you switch to different colors, is actually a revival of one of my older projects that I tried to do last summer, but I ended up not being able to finish. Where, again, you might recognize a very similar premise of switching different colors to kill enemies. This never got out of this prototype stage. I just basically worked on the mechanics, and then I got too busy with other things to ever be able to finish it. So I thought this project would be a great way to revive some of the code that I had used here. But yeah. So the color switching especially definitely carried a lot through into the Quest for the Fourth Friend. But yeah. Let's see. One other thing that I wanted to mention last is the art. So the art is like very, very detailed pixel art. Like it's not very, like, honestly, I would say it's a stretch to call it pixel art, because when you have pixel art, you have a very clear idea in your head. But I did make it in an app called Pixel Studio, and basically each of these lines are like using a 4-pixel brush, and it's like very large scale pixel art. And then the backgrounds, with the way they like sort of have that 2-frame wobble animation, that was like something I really liked in terms of like bringing certain elements to life. But that meant basically drawing every asset twice, which is obviously not feasible. So they settled for only having it in things that would show up in the gameplay. Because originally I wanted everything I had, every visual element to have that sort of 2-frame wobble animation. But that did not pan out as I would have liked it. But yeah, that is pretty much it for me. Okay. I mean, if there's 1 minute left, I guess maybe that's like one question or something. If anyone has any, of course. Thank you. Yeah, the foam I was really proud of. I was like, oh, this is because I did want the enemies to shoot projectiles, and I thought, oh, maybe globs of foam is a great idea. I really enjoyed the color switch mechanic. Thank you. I think I did see a question up back when I couldn't read chat. The DSD pose based on the classic pathetic shot? I think subconsciously, yes, but I did not like look up that image for reference specifically.
Okay, sorry to jump in, but that is 15 minutes. Sorry about all the technical difficulties, but I think you wrapped up pretty well.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Nice job. Applause. Next up, we have Leo Time Zero presenting Death Whisper Diaries.
Hello.
Hello. I'm going to mute myself and let you take over.
Could you also invite Alli up? He'll cover a part of the presentation.
I'm sorry, who else? Oh yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll let both of you take over.
Yeah, let me... Okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm Leo. I worked on Death Whisper Diaries with the rest of Team Highlight. Alli included Sabello, Eskaden, Marno, and Hilmar. So this year we wanted to go for something a little smaller than we did last year. We made like a big open world game, and it would kind of padded out the game a lot. And since the time we had, like the time limit was smaller, we thought that we should probably go for something a bit smaller in scope. We also wanted to do something that didn't have any kind of traditional combat, because the last 2 games that I worked on were really combat oriented. we also wanted to go for kind of a grounded setting and focus on, fleshing out characters and dialogue a lot more than the last few years. I was really happy with how the story turned out in the Steel Love game, but just compared to others, I felt like I could flesh my characters out a lot more. So I kind of spent a lot of time iterating on that. We also wanted to flesh out the retro aesthetic that we had. First year we made like kind of a JRPG, and that was kind of the start of the PSX aesthetic. Last year we definitely went for a bit more technically complex game, but we put like a lot of work into the shader, which we reused this year, but we added a little more to it with the like texture wobbling and just like the way we made textures and stuff. When we started, like when the theme and the characters were revealed, we kind of stuck with Mary pretty fast, and we really wanted to do something that had kind of a spooky vibe, similar to like Danny Elfman, Tim Burton movies. Later in the project, we pivoted more towards like a cartoony style. And there's also stuff like Twin Peaks and Psychonauts, just a lot of these kind of weird, somewhat spooky stuff that we drew a lot of inspiration from. The story went through a few different iterations. The first one was more of a the scope was a lot bigger. We had like there was a lot more to the story, and as we kind of refined the story, we made it feel more like a an episode of a TV show instead of like a movie-length thing where it had like a beginning, middle, and end, and very self-contained. I wanted it to feel more like an episode of Scooby-Doo or something, where you felt like the adventure will continue with another monster of the week going forward. Escodan jumped into the project very early on and gave us a lot of different ideas for which direction to go with the art. His original designs were actually made before he saw like the stuff that Kyle drew, which is the stuff on the left. Once he realized that there was like an established design, we tried to do something a little bit more similar, and we really liked the one that we have in the middle, and we kind of wanted to base everything that we had around that specific style. So yeah, we started doing like the couple of different characters that we had in the story, just based on the stuff that we made with Mary. And DarkCP2 and Solveig were a little bit more complex because they had like two different designs. So we have those. Here's some unused stuff. Originally, the living and ghost versions of Solveig were flipped in the earlier iterations when she was more of an antagonist. And then we kind of flipped it around when it fit the story better. We had this idea of having that because the concepts for Walrus kind of made him look like a sock puppet of doing some stuff, but we never really went in that direction. Once we had the first concepts for Mary, I started looking at like how we would represent that in game. It started with a small test, just doing like a face sculpt, figuring out how we would make the eyes look, how the tech behind doing different emotions would work out. And we also used it up when we started making the 3D model with the skeleton and everything. We wanted to figure out like what's the poly count, how do we do like them as deformity and stuff like that for the rest of the characters. For the environment, we started blocking them out very early on. The town was a lot bigger in our first iteration, but we kind of when we had figured out like how many levels we wanted, we kind of remade it, and you can kind of tell with the images on the right, like how the final design came out of that. Yeah, then we started working on the 3D assets, figuring out like a style, going for like 90s northwest small town, very Twin Peaks and stuff like that. And we wanted to have like we wanted to represent a lot of the cartoony and like Tim Burton influences in the textures. I think we probably could have gone for a little more stylized modeling, thinking back on it, but I'm ultimately very happy with the environments. And here are some in-progress works. Looks at the Shipping antiques and like the town in the middle of development. Yeah, here we have like the rest of the characters in the modeling phase and rigging and all that stuff, how they look out of the engine. Yeah, hand it off to Alli, where he can talk a little about the gameplay systems we set up.
Test 1, 2, mic test ritual.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Alli, and I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about gameplay systems in the game. I'll talk about the initial concepts, and then later pivoting in the gameplay system we did around the halfway point of the project. And if I have time, maybe finish up with a few conclusions. So we had some really cool.
Sorry to interrupt, Alli. Could you turn up your mic just a little bit?
Let me see here.
I'll pause.
I cannot.
Okay, everyone turn up your volumes then.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about this.
Yeah, anyone who is having trouble hearing, you can right-click the user's picture and up it to 200% volume if you need to. So you should be able to adjust that on your end.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
You can go.
All right. Yeah. So we had some really interesting like gameplay elements in last year's game jam, and we wanted to kind of try to do something like that of our own. So we started off with a fairly ambitious gameplay system that was loosely inspired by Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive novella, which is Last Sync. So we wanted a very free-form, physics-based system based around the concept of attracting forces, surface adhesion of objects, and even possibly combat using some sort of physics collision. And I have a ton of videos that will kind of explain and go through this as the development kind of went on. You can go to the next slide, please, Leo, and play this video. So this is the first and earliest prototype that we had of this concept. So it's a very free-form system based around simply creating a leash between an object and some sort of surface or another object, and just letting things happen. We wanted to implement time dilation to work alongside the system to kind of basically it was a very, again, very free form system, and we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out, or I'd spent quite a bit of time looking at boxes gliding around into the ether and thinking, how do we actually hammer this together into something, some sort of a gameplay system or loop. And yeah, that was about the first week and a half of the project. Eventually we added some time dilation sounds to the project. The audio is playing. This is using Unreal Engine's Metasound. So you have like a sine wave going on here that affects pitch notes, and it's all parameterized to the time dilation of the game as it is. The classical music was just a fever dream of mine, where a player could like slow down time. I had big dreams where you could slow down time and kind of plan out where things are gonna, collide and fall to enemies or whatever or whatnot, and then the time speeds up and you will see the chaos happening. This here is a sling. Just two basically opposing forces applied to the object by the player. Didn't go much. Here we have like initial idea for like how can we use this gameplay gimmick. And by the way, none of this is in the actual game by the end. But here you have an idea of like how we could, for example, allow the player to move around objects using this strange little system. And for example, here you could tag an object and block it, pin it into a wall, and then the object is adhered to the wall. And you could, for example, make a little bridge. That was one pretty clear concept for the gameplay mechanic. And you can go to the next slide now, please. And this here is probably the system in its final and last form, where we actually integrated into the actual project. Thinking about, okay, how can we iron this out? We were also experimenting with some hotkeys for clearing out the leash. The leash is going on. So we pivoted away from this concept at around the halfway point of the game jam, and we opted into a more intuitive physical interaction based system, where we just wanted simple puzzle mechanics. You could grab and drag objects, and we also wanted to experiment with ghost mode or some sort of poltergeist mechanic where you could move around and throw objects using ghost possession. And yes, let me see here. This is the initial concept of the system. You can see it's fairly simple. You just look at an object and you can interact with it. We can and then scripts handle the rest. We also had a third-person mode in the game that was later on scrapped. So here we have static in place, like interaction hints that kind of were in place to cater towards the third-person mode, and also simple grab systems. You can see that physics is quite a chore to get right. Here you can see the game in third person, and so based on proximity, just set in level interaction prompts. Here we were thinking about, okay, what about if you could grab a door or a cabinet on its hinge, pick up an object from the cabinet, and we were also experimenting with, all right, so do we want the poltergeist throw, basically? So you could basically just throw objects, kind of like, in a spooky movie, ghost throws up stuff. I see him at the 10-minute mark. 1 minute warning. Yeah, and this is the system in its final form, where we simply, it's kind of like a gravity gun, and it's a lot more simple and intuitive than the original concept. So, I guess takeaways from here are it's very useful to have a clear understanding and use case for what sort of gameplay mechanic you want to do for your game.
Yeah, definitely. Just to wrap up quick, we were really happy with like the audio visual presentation. Like everything about the story worked out really well for us. We think the foundation for our game, like the mechanics that we developed, were pretty good, but we struggled kind of with syncing them up with like what we were doing with the story and everything. And because we did this pivot at the midpoint, we ended up not doing like the crack as a level, but just as a cutscene. So the game was a little short, and you don't really have that much time to play around with it. So, and also like the first build we pushed out was very performance heavy and had a lot of pretty bad bugs. So we probably should have kept it back a couple of days and done a bit more testing, but it worked out in the end by the time most people played it.
Okay, sorry to jump in here, but that's your time. Thanks so much. Those sound effects were very satisfying.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thanks. Cool. Next up, we have Balbod and medium levels of drama. You want to raise your hand there so I can find... There you are. Come on up. Oh, are you also with PunkRockGlock?
Hello. Oh, it automatically unmuted me. That's so fancy.
Yeah, is Balbod joining you?
I believe he should be. Or maybe I think I'm gonna start because I made a slideshow for us to present with.
Hold on.
But
try to get you both up
we
here
can
so we
both
don't have
talk.
it. So we don't have an interruption in your presentation.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Try again. Balbod, you may have to close out and come back in. There we go. Okay, I am going to mute myself, and as soon as you start presenting, I will start the timer.
Is there a way for me to share my screen?
Yes, at the bottom next to where the mute and the turn on camera button, there's a share your screen button.
Cool. What do I do if it's grayed out?
We had that with a different previous person, earlier person too. It do you have anything popped out?
Let me check. Let me try closing chat maybe.
Yeah, it might have been an issue with chat.
Doesn't look like I can do it, even though let me see, full screen. I don't have anything popped out. Maybe I could disconnect and reconnect.
I'm also grayed out. Can I invite the last two speakers
Oh
on
yeah,
stage? Just
I'm
to
grayed
make
out
sure
too.
They have things closed out. I don't know if getting moved off of the stage with the screen being shared, but
No, I got
yeah,
my
we can
share
double
screen
check.
back for some reason.
Okay. All right. Bring you back. Okay.
Yep.
Seems to be a
No
weird
problem.
stages bug. Thank you.
Cool.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I'll pull up the slides.
Cool. Yeah, apologies to everyone. We're still learning Stages, and it seems like Stages has a lot of bugs. Okay.
Let's see. Resolution. Is there a recommended anything?
It depends on your internet speed. If you have good internet, you
good
can
point.
max it out. If not, 30 frames per second is better.
Perfect. I'll go with that.
Cool.
All right. Is that visible? Can we see it?
Yep, looks good to me.
Sweet. All right. So I'm starting with the presentation, and I did the music for it. Balbod did literally everything else. I got invited about 11 days before the deadline, and I was super excited because, yes, puzzle games, very cool, and I love thinking music in general. I was like, okay, well, what kind of music do you want? Loop-based music was a really good idea for this because 11 days remained, and it's a lot easier for me, at least, to make one theme that gradually unfolds, and it also makes sense for a game that's like in one region with multiple areas. So I ran with the idea of the loops and the layers and tried to get inspired from the game's color palette, which was super bright, and it didn't really work because the script and the game itself followed a much darker storyline than I thought it would. You can hear a little bit of it. That's not at all what the ending product sounded like, if you remember the game. So I had to find the correct, or at least the appropriate vibe for this. I was like, all right, well, the game is very colorful and the story is very dark. So I realized that as Margaret sneaks around and has to like distract the butlers from seeing her talk to the ghosts, I figured maybe I could go with like a spy soundtrack, like maybe something like James Bond or Mission Impossible, where it's like I needed something that would keep the players focused on solving the puzzles and not distract them with like a really annoying or a really catchy melody. Because when it loops a bunch of times, it's going to become catchy unless I intentionally make it not. And it also has to not be super chipper and peppy, and lie to the players about what they're going to get through. So what I did was I kind of set it up like I was putting together a jazz band for this like action spy movie, or sneaky movie, let's say. There are 5 layers. We start with just the drums when Margaret gets introduced. The bass kicks in when she first talks to the ghost. We get the piano when she talks to Aurora. Big George has two instruments, the theremin squaremin, which is just a square wave with a bunch of tremolo on it, or vibrato. And then Seraphina has like what I call sonar keys, which is really just a Rhodes piano with a bunch of delay on it. I thought that was kind of cute because of the echolocation shtick. But yeah, trying to start with the rhythm section of the band helps me figure out like, all right, well, here's the groove. And here's what the player can kind of lock into and just vibe with the whole time. But if you played the game, or you watched Carol's playthrough, we ended up putting in a really cool effect where when you switch from playing as Mary to playing as a ghost, or controlling Mary to controlling a ghost, the music changes and it sounds much different. So here's a really cute little tutorial on how to do it. All right, what we did, or what I did was I bit crushed and I got reverb. And there are some free plugins you can use to get this exact effect. I set it up so that anyone can do it in their DAW. And the effect only goes on the drums. Everything else stays normal. So basically, just distorting those drums and then isolating just the reverb's tail, not any of the dry signal, was how I got that sound. And we'll hear it in a second. So if you want to do it for our viewers at home, or those playing along at home, you can just render your audio with all of its effects and make it nice and clean. And then you're going to bit crush it with whatever effects you'd like, but any kind of distortion is what you're really going for here. I used the plugin Crush, which is a bit crushing plugin, with some drive, some bit crush, and a lot of downsampling. And all of these are modulated to the tempo at dotted half note, which is not at all required. But it gives it a cool effect, which we'll hear again if you don't remember. The thing about drums is that when you distort them, you get a lot of really high frequencies that are really harsh on the ears. So I used the built-in filter to get rid of that, and then I EQ'd out some of it later. And then this looks like a lot, but it isn't. We're going to make really, really, really short reverb. So pre-delay, make that like 0 or like very, very little. Decay time, I set mine as low as it goes, which is like, I think 0.2 milliseconds. If you can make it lower than that, that's even cooler. And then all the way over here, you've got your early reflections, which are, the sound bouncing off of the walls the first time. The very first, it's the early reflections of the sound hitting things around it. You're gonna put that like almost all the way up. You're gonna put the reverb somewhere in the middle, depending on what kind you're using. If you have too much of the reverb, it's gonna sound really mushy. And then you want the wet signal all the way up, and you want the dry signal basically all the way down. And then you can, incrementally raise it if you need a little bit, which I did, to get that clarity. So this is what it sounded like. Here's the dry signal, if it will play for me. Sorry for playing the whole thing. Google Slides doesn't want to give me the option to pause. This is what the ghost version sounds like. All right. It's time for Balbod to talk about
Hey,
what he did.
okay. So I
Alright.
was very sorry for, first of all, giving you only 11 days, but I also joined very late, so everything was kind of a mess and kind of rushed. If you want to go to the next slide.
Cool.
Yeah, so there was three main things I want to cover here. The first is that Mary herself was actually the speaker the whole time as a weird workaround. I don't know why, but I couldn't get 2D sound to play it the way you would regularly do it. And so the whole time, Mary is just emitting the music. They're playing both the ghost and human version at the same time, and then just switching volume, essentially. So yeah, the second thing is Unreal Engine. Don't know why, but it did not want to loop music. Every single time, there would be a weird little gap in the middle. And so I remember I asked PunkRockGlock to change how we go about it about 3 times. And so I think their superpower is not murdering me every time. Like one time I specifically asked them not to do it the way they were doing it, and then after an issue, told them to go back to doing it the way they originally were. So
It worked out though. We got it.
Yeah, it worked in the end.
Right.
Yeah, can we go to the next one? Yeah, this is the bit for nerds here, if anyone wants to implement it. The final version was actually the way, by far the simplest version as well. I should have just started this way. It's pretty straightforward how it works. Take your screenshots now if anyone's actually interested in the coding side of it. But yeah, it's not too complicated. If we have time left, how are we doing for time? 9 minutes? Okay. If you want, I can switch to sharing my screen and show you guys a couple of early versions of the game.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's stick with 30. Okay, is that working? I can see it.
Cool. So this was the first day of development. Originally it was going to be an isometric camera. There was 2 issues why I didn't go with this. One is it really wasn't very clear the 3D space. And so having to spin the camera around, it just felt a little weird and a little bit sickening. I'm not sure why, but it just worked that way when you get rid of the 3D perspective. The second thing is Unreal Engine apparently doesn't like adding dynamic shadows to anything with an isometric camera. So because of that, whenever the ghost's flying, it became very difficult to see kind of where they were and what they were doing. Also, these were just very placeholder models for now, as you can see. If we switch to the actual engine here, to save time, again, I modeled Mary and actually put effort in, and then I was running very, very low, so had to quickly just make these ones by modifying this one. They're all in the same rig with the same animations. Made things work a lot quicker. Varying results, so not all of them were great, but it was a nice quick way to get through them. These 2 guys, they got their own rigs because, they're kind of weird little freaks, and unsurprisingly, all 3 of these all shared the same rig. But I'm sure you guys expected that. Yeah, the original plan was definitely to play with verticality more. Even the very first test version, I think the idea of Mary can go ramps, but the ghosts can't, and so even within the same area, she has access to places they don't. But in the end, it became too much of a pain to try and clearly show how things are working. If, for example, if Mary went under here, you have really sort of play with the camera to try and get in there. The whole thing was a huge pain, so I flattened everything out to do just 2 layers at a time and try and avoid you going under anything. Yeah, the other thing I was originally wanting to start this game off with was, if I quickly check my notes here, where is it? Oh yeah, so I was originally going to have way more interactive objects. Every area was going to have its own unique one. But I think in the end, it just made it so that players would go in and try everything until they found what worked. I think a big key to it was simplifying it to just use these same ones over and over. That way, player could see the whole map and know exactly how everything works, and they can make educated decisions instead of just testing things like, what does this do? What does this do? Or I've accidentally solved it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. If there's any questions for either of us, like feel free to put them in now. If not, we can end it early. No questions?
2.5 minutes is a long time, but also not a long time.
Yeah, I'm just worried that we're like already running a little late, so I'm fine with ending early if we need to. Yes, I actually work as a animator, but it's a small studio, so being an animator means also rigging and doing everything kind of related to it. So killing the butlers, that was actually originally the Red Ghost. His original power was to possess them, and then you had to find creative ways to kill them, such as making them jump off ledges or like walk into spikes or whatever. But the problem was then you were going two layers deep. You were then controlling a ghost who was controlling a person who would then go back to the ghost that would then go back to Mary. It became way too complicated. So sped the whole thing up and just made it you kill the guy.
Yeah, I mean, it worked really well in like how it turned out and in the end product.
Yeah, I think in the end, it probably would have been better this way. I shouldn't have planned it the other way in the first place, but it was an accidental little. What's the word? Happy accident. That's the one.
Yeah.
Visual style. This is kind of just. Honestly, I didn't go too far out with that. I think the stuff I was really pushing myself with was the game design side of things. I'd never made a puzzle game before, anything top down. But visually, this is kind of my go-to. I wanted to play that pretty safe. And I felt like it was a nice contrast with the dark story. Yeah, exactly. Made McFrumples. The efficiency on the ghost tail animation, it was like, this is just an animated texture, and I think there's maybe 2 bones in here, maybe even just one that curves the tail and one that just expands it for when it does its interact animation. The whole thing's very simplistic because I was worried we're going to have a whole bunch of them and it's all one map that isn't really optimized at all because of time constraints. Yeah, actually, interesting thing about the cutscenes. I originally was planning on having voice actors, but everyone was pretty busy towards the end of the game jam, so wasn't really a lot of people available for it. And believe it or not, I don't have the best voice for Mary, so in the end I had to go with subtitles. But again, Unreal being Unreal, it didn't want to work. So all of the subtitles are actually just very, very tiny text placed right in front of the camera at all times. Even then, for some reason it didn't want to have any punctuation. So the game just like has very bad grammar the whole time, but I was aware of it. It wasn't just me being dumb.
Okay, that's our time. But thank you guys so much. That was fun.
Thanks.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, be sure to unshare your screen just so we don't run into that glitch again. I'll move you guys back to the audience. And next up, we have JJM Smith 01 presenting Trickken. Is that you? Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, cool. Just gonna start the presentation.
Cool.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jordan Smith. I'm one half of the QuiteMen. Thanks for joining me today. I'll take you through the post-mortem of our arena fighter, Trickken. Right, so a lot of folks were surprised when we decided to make an arena fighter. So we figured we'd give you a little bit of a insight into how we came about making this decision and how the actual development actually went. So some background information first. As mentioned before, I'm only one half of the QuiteMen team. Every year I make a game with my brother. So in 2021, we made a boss rush game, Hostile Takeover. And in 2022, we made the Metal Gear Solid type game Steel Gear. And while we love those games, we also saw a lot of room to grow. We knew we had to work on our time management because a lot of those games were mostly unfinished, but we also wanted to put some more focus into making the games more fun. So the first thing we wanted to tackle this year was the time management. In 2021, my brother had a job, but I was unemployed. So I did most of the programming. My brother did the art in his free time. But for Steel Gear, I had the job, but my brother was unemployed. So he handled the graphics, programming, and basically everything, since I have no art skills whatsoever. I just settled back into the very important consulting role. But this year, the role switched again. My brother got a job, and I was lucky enough to be unemployed. So we decided that I would handle the bulk of the game development with three main goals in mind. One, a focus on fun. Two, getting better at time management. And three, I wanted to learn how to make 3D models. And so with that in mind, we just had to ask this question. What kind of game is best? For us, the answer was simple. We got obsessed with the Demon Slayer Arena Fighter. It was pretty fun. We knew it really well. And it was a stylized, had stylized characters that should have been easy to make. The only problem was that we broke our controllers playing it too much, so we had to reference it from memory most of the time. But now that we had the idea, we just had to wait and see what kind of game jam we were having this year. So you guys might remember these. These are the submissions for each game. We loved every idea, and some are just perfect for an arena fighter, especially the Feral Wizards and the Chef-a-side ones. In fact, we had ideas for pretty much every submission, except one. And that's the one that won. And rightfully so. It was an excellent pitch and gave us a lot of ideas, just not for a fighting game. But then we had one idea. When my brother pitched Mount Crushmore's finishing move for me, suddenly everything clicked. Like we knew exactly the kind of game we needed to make. So with the concept narrowed down, we got to planning. My brother would focus on the cutscenes because that was a very, very important part. And I would make the art assets and the rest of the game. We figured we'd spend the first week making the combat, the second week making the characters and the cutscenes, and then we'll add the story and the multiplayer in weeks 3 and 4. But as always, things don't go according to plan. While we wanted to finish the combat in a week, we actually only got the camera working. But it was a pretty complicated camera system. It has to present the best angle for the fight automatically while keeping all the players in frame. So it zooms in and out, rotates when necessary, it rotates when you attack, and overall we were pretty happy with it. It just took a while. But things were looking better in week 2. I managed to quickly make a base model for the characters, which meant that all we had to do was make some modifications to it in order to get the actual characters that we ended up with. Plus, I also had the basic attack working. In terms of cutscenes, my brother was able to finish Mount Crushmore, and it was looking pretty good. We still had 8 more to do, though, so we needed to speed things up. But at this point, we had plans for all the characters except for the Champ and Big George. In week 3, we basically gave up on the original plan. We still had more. We still had to finish more of the character models in the cutscene, so we decided to focus on that. Plus, we had to simplify the combat, and while it was working, it wasn't very fun yet. All of the characters had the same 4 animations, same 4 attacks, so it got pretty boring and repetitive really quick. We were running out of time by now, so what we decided is that we needed to come up with a fast and easy way to make the characters more unique and fun to play. We tried a few things, but eventually we settled on adding more animations. Originally, we planned to have all the characters fight the same in order to save time, but we later realized that they needed to feel different or the whole game falls apart. So we added unique idle animations, unique running animations, and gave each character a unique 3-hit combo animation right in the middle of their attacks. We got the animations from Mixamo, which is a really great library for all kinds of animations. But these simple animation additions made a really big difference. Next, we decided to add voices to the characters. Now, what I didn't know at the time was that the Unreal Engine Marketplace only had 3 free sound effect assets in its store. That's a far cry from what I'm used to with Unity, which tends to have a lot of free assets for anything you might need. But luckily, despite only having 3 free sound effect assets, one of them was the 1034 vocal sounds, and that had attack, grunt, cry, scream, and so much more. I pretty much had all the voices we could have hoped for, and it definitely saved us in the end. We just had to adjust the pitch and the speed in order to match the character personalities we were going for. So the 4th week, we used it to wrap things up. We had a lot of bugs to fix, some more cutscenes to finish, but we had no idea what to do for the Champo Big George still. We had some ideas, but none of them felt right. Here pictured, we have some of the granny models that we made for the ghost that show up in Mary's finisher. So Big George also had more problems. Due to his size, the Mixamo animations weren't working too well for him, so sometimes he would fall through the ground and stuff. Plus, while we did settle on a very simple finisher in order to save time, it actually ended up taking the longest time, and it was pretty confusing. Here's a clip. So it's very similar to the final version you might have seen, but in this one, George eats your clothes. You'll see it in a sec. And he uses this to get really big. Then he sets himself on fire to take you out. So in the last few hours, we had a big decision to make. Big George didn't work in the game, but he had a finisher. And the champ worked fine in the game, but he didn't have a finisher. We didn't really have the time to risk making one for him, though. So we ultimately decided to scrap Big George and give his finisher to the champ. And with the champ's narration, it finally made more sense. And once that was implemented, we were done. Yeah, we had to scrap the story and the multiplayer in the end, but the arcade mode was complete, and we were very proud of it, and the finishers. Next time, we probably won't attempt to make all 8 characters again, but focusing on a single game mode like this year worked really well. In past years, when we ran out of time, we would have to scrap together a completely different game than what we originally expected. But this time, it came out mostly how we expected it to, and we're pretty proud of that. So that's it. Thanks for listening, everybody. I'll take questions now while going through a couple models. Yeah, Mount Rushmore was I don't even know how that came about. It was just an idea we were trying to throw around of what we could do to reveal Primeval Mask's special power with while killing the enemy. So because he was transforming into historical figures, we weren't sure what figure to use that kills the enemy. And eventually we thought, hey, how about Mount Rushmore, a gigantic mech Mount Rushmore, since it's a Power Ranger? And that's where the idea came from. Yeah, thanks about the menu. I use Canva for the menu. This is the first time I was using Canva. Usually I would just try to make it with the basic in-engine menu systems, but this year I kind of wanted to go a little bit more beyond. So I used Canva to assemble the menus, and then I separated it out into layers and implemented it into Unreal. So Walrus Gemby, his smile was normal at first. In fact, maybe a bit too small at first. But my brother looked at it and he said, nah, that needs to be bigger. So we kept making it bigger, and then he said, bigger. And so I made it bigger and bigger until it ended up with this beautiful monstrosity we have here. Solveig's moveset. Yeah, her moveset was, well, the crawling was something that I just had an idea for. I knew I wanted her to crawl. and I'm glad Maximo had an awesome crawling animation that made it perfect for her. Other than that, it was just, can we make her as creepy as possible? The cutscenes, we did that in Sequencer. We had to do it live basically so that we could swap out the characters. And so it was pretty challenging to get the entire thing working so well, especially amongst the different rigs and different characters. So yeah. Just as a side mention, Black Moon's hair was very, very hard to make. Probably the hardest of all the models, just doing her hair.
Well, there's no more questions left. You still have about 2.5 minutes if you just want to like show off the last of your models or give people more time to think of questions.
I could keep sliding through if anybody's got any more questions, or if not, we could, concede the time.
Got a lot of people typing here. I'm just waiting for them to see if they have
Yeah, I
questions.
see it.
There we go.
The story we had planned, it was pretty basic. I believe we wanted to use Mary, right? She would have, I believe it would have been a championship held by Dark Shippy Doos this year. No major twist planned like last year, but yeah, it just would have been a tournament held by Dark Shippy Doos. Mary would have, I think, she would have lost her friends to Dark Shippy Doos, and she would have had like a day left to reclaim her friends by defeating everybody in battle, and then eventually taking on Dark Shippy Doos.
Cool. Well, last call, everyone. I think that's it. Hey, thank you so much.
Cool.
And to
Thank
reiterate,
you.
Mount Crushmore is it's just amazing.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody in chat. It's been great. I've seen all your wonderful comments, and it really means the world to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Cool. If you want to stop sharing screen and put you back into the audience. Thanks again. Cool. So next up, we have Shweep presenting Echo Gunner. You could raise your hand so I could find you. Oh, you're already up here.
Hey, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, yeah. So this is. Oh wait, I need to share my screen first. Pretty important. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. You can see it just fine. All right, I'm gonna start. So yeah, this is Echo Gunner. It's a game by me and Calberry. I did the art, programming, and whatever else, and she did the music. Yeah, so we had previous projects we worked on was they were kind of more exploration-based kind of games and just kind of all over the place. We made like an RPG that had a lot of systems, and we just never really got around to making like a fully rounded game. So I wanted to do something a little more straightforward and just like easier to kind of like more linear, more just like less mechanics. But yeah, I should mention I did have like a job and whatnot, and so I'd like manage my time more basically. And yeah, so the base inspirations were just a lot of like 90s rail shooters basically. Not really much of an arcade head, but I do have like vague memories of going on like ferry boats around eastern Canada in the my family was like spread out in tons of different islands, so I'd always be like going around coast to coast and like playing arcade games like Time Crisis or Tekken or various kind of games, but wasn't crazy about them. But I did have a lingering nostalgia for a very like sort of tropical 90s Sega vibe, that I wanted to go after, and also kind of like the Y2K aesthetic, just something very funkadelic, which kind of led into some of the music. Calberry is right next to me in real life, so she's gonna take the mic for this slide.
Yeah, Shweep had this rail shooter idea in mind, so it made a Google Doc and sent me a playlist of reference songs from games never heard before: Darkstalkers, Sim Punishment, Virtual Cop, and a few others. From there, he's basically making the levels based off the music, so I had to pump out the work in progress stuff when I got the ideas down. And for the title sequence, I took inspiration from a Racing Lagoon game, like super obscure, and just made that like funk jazz. We also ended up making the title screen longer and timed it to the music because I composed a lot of build up, and we ended up cutting like 30 seconds off for the final version. I don't know if any of you stayed long on the title screen, but it's long enough for like a 3-minute song, so you can just jam out to that if you want. I wish I had more insight, like detailed things like punk rock did, but there's questions later if you're interested. But yeah, we went for the funky 90s feel overall, techno jazz thrown in. It's cool. I had a fun time making it.
Yeah, so then so transitioning into like what art style to go with, I kind of departed from cell shading because I want to do more like a, basic real-time lighting, Lambert shader, whatever, and also going for the PlayStation 1 art style. I wasn't really sure on a whole lot of things, but I mainly decided to go with just making Sin and Punishment, but with the virtual cop kind of reloading system, so you don't have infinite ammo. And yeah, it was originally going to be first person, but I just wasn't feeling like I just felt like the character needed to take center stage on a lot of that. My cat's meowing, if you can hear that. And so it just, doing sprites I wasn't confident in, and I just felt like it was easier to just have like a 3D character just aim with an IK arm, basically. You can see the character models. I went with Vertex colors. It's like an earlier implementation of like before they use UV and texture maps in the PS1 era. I think FF7 used that a lot, and Super Mario 64, the character like some of the character models I think had that. And you can kind of see like it's basically just assigning vertices to colors or other way around, and you can see like the suit and the tank top are just literally the same shapes because just it's built into the model. Even some edge loops are there, like they're not actually there to make the model. They're there to basically assign certain color values to things. So yeah, the environment direction. There was a whole lot of stuff there. I really wanted to go for the lighting style. Like basically the levels have like only like 4 textures assigned to each of them, but I would just kind of go for using the lighting to kind of dictate the art style more so than anything else. Just kind of, I think it's just a leftover from just being used to shell shading, and like, the result isn't just a bunch of random mistakes or accidents. It's carefully considered. And also Racing Lagoon, that game is like very weird, but like I really like the world map in that game. It just has a very I don't know, there's something about the Y2K like optimism back then, like right before the grungy, I don't know, Bush era, like, I don't know, just kind of depressing vibe that the mid 2000s often had. And yeah, it kind of reminded me of Art Deco, like the loungy, R&B, hip hop. We kind of we went in a lot of directions, but I didn't really have enough time to kind of actually model out the Art Deco aesthetic. I just had to make cube buildings for everything. Speaking of cubes, I used a Quake level editor to make most of the stuff. And I just kind of used a lot of carefully placed lights to kind of make sure it wasn't too boring or it wasn't like evenly lit, and just, hey, like, let's make it every like silhouetted everything. And yeah, like so I'm gonna go into let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go into just how the levels were kind of scripted out was using an animation player to animate the character along with the camera. And yeah, basically I would have animations within animations, essentially. And so like if you animated to a certain spot in the map, and I wanted like, a section of the music was too exciting or certain places, or too mellow at certain places, I could just kind of make it wait longer, basically. So I had like more control. And there's a lot of stuff like enemy spawns and like, changing the fog and the color correction and whatnot. So yeah, there's a lot of like stuff that went into it. And yeah, we're back to Delaney or Galberry. Sorry,
How dare you?
I just doxed you.
Yeah, the techno trance songs in the sections were challenging for me because it isn't really a genre that I'm familiar with writing with, or I don't really do. I usually write like orchestral, like boss battle stuff or jazzy whatevers. I write a lot of bossa novas for some reason, so I like snuck that into the final boss. But the graveyard might be the best track I think I did for the jam, and I like the title theme too, so it was fun. We never got to finish the museum or final boss, but I had to make sure those sounded good. The museum was hardest to write, I think. So it was just like, okay, imagine like a patriotic anthem, like section transitions into a techno song, like, okay, yeah, let's do this. Final Fantasy being like the obvious inspiration for the beginning bit, then just straight into like fancy Y2K feel techno. Establishing the theme or like motif within the music was important to me. Using those parts in the song with like a slight variation, you can hear that. You could hear that within the soundtrack as a whole too.
Yeah, so what got cut, I think the biggest thing was actually the ability system. So echolocation was originally like one of like many abilities, and you would purchase the other ones in the shop. But I didn't really have enough time to even make the shop because basically there's a lot of music made for the game, and I chose making an unfinished museum level over like fleshing out the shop and the abilities. And I think it was kind of the right call, even if it's like, like I don't think 2 levels would have subsisted the game or whatever. And I think if I had one more day or 2, I could have finished the museum and the final boss. And yeah, we were originally going to have a jungle level with the large and small animals. Like we're going to have like a dual boss thing. I had like a lot of ideas for that, but the museum just felt like more easier to do just because of the interior stuff, and not much vegetation and lushness. And yeah, there's the score system, and I just really didn't have time to figure out like the game over stuff, or like any of the like, how much do you get money for score? Like do you like how does headshots factor into that stuff? That was another logistics problem. But yeah, I ultimately, like, the shop and stuff did complicate things, and I decided to kind of ignore it, which probably cost me some, I don't know, game jam rule points or something. Anyway, so what went right? I think the straightforward nature helped with making the game like easier to just what do we do next kind of thing. But I also think it had a lot of mechanics and moves that it had implemented, like the dodging maneuver. I don't think is ever mandatory except for like 1 or 2 parts, but it would just kind of scattershot mechanics all over the place. And I just think like basically the gameplay was simple, but the way the game was built was complicated, and it's very easy for me to kind of go over all over the place. But I think some of the better like the work process, we worked more consistently. Like Calbear would come to over my place, and just like we would just work it out, and we would just figure out like how to just get working on the game earlier rather than like last minute like deadline stuff. But there's still like a big rush anyway. So yeah, that's is basically it. I would try to. I think I just would like to make a simpler game and try to round it out and like keep it more consistent. And anything closing comments?
Yeah. Well, you just asked me at the end of the jam if you think I've leveled up. I'm like, no, I don't think so. But like maybe just writing it's like sick tunes and genre I wouldn't normally write in, and like trying to expand my ability to write in different ways, different genres. And I'm happy with the music I made, and hope people will be happy to enjoy it and continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So does anyone have any questions? Any plans to finish the museum? Yeah, I don't know. I think after every jam, I'm usually pretty burnt out, and I just don't have any interest in coming back to a project that was just spaghetti coated into existence. Uh, so yeah, probably not. But I don't know. I think it's just one of those things where you could factor it into like a later game or something maybe. Yeah.
Sometimes I'll reuse some of the songs for like a different jam, or I'll just take like some of the ideas and reuse them into a different song.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's our social media handles. No, I did not. But I do. I mean, I do own a Sega Saturn. I never grew up with that thing. I don't think I was like really around for that. But I definitely been kind of exploring the Dreamcast library and the Sega Saturn library, and kind of appreciating a lot of the more the aesthetics and even just the games. Because I'm not too crazy about arcade, but I do like the Sega Fashion games are amazing and crazy. Do you mind?
Yeah, we've been collabing together for a few years now, so we've been doing a few jams together.
Yeah, we used to do a lot of local game jams, so it's just very, I don't know. Like I'm just saying, hey, there's an online jam. You want to do this, And I don't know.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I really like the collaboration that we do, because especially when she's next to me, I can just go like, hey, could you amp this up in this section of the level, that kind of stuff.
It's a good partnership.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, if anyone has any other questions. Yeah, I haven't played a lot of too much Virtual Cop, but I did watch that like 1 hour documentary on like the Sega Saturn port, and I was kind of fascinated by just the vibe and the music and the sound effect. Just shooting a guy and they going like ugh, and they spin around. I don't know. There's something very addicting about that animation. A work in progress stuff. Oh, you mean like the 2D sprite art, essentially? I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly.
Well, I have to wait for another time because we're at time.
Yep. Okay.
No, but thank you so much. That was great.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Cool. I will move you back to the audience. Oh my god, Virtual Cop! Oh my god, I used to own the cabinet. That was a childhood dream that came true. Next we have Amatetra being presented by Crowno. There you are. So easy to see with that icon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I will mute myself and let you take over.
Hi. So let me start my timer right here. And hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing fine. And I'm Victor, also known as Crowno, and I made Amatetra. And let me stream my screen right here. Just a sec, right here. Can you guys see it? So yes, this is the team. I did art, programming, design, and I also wrote the script for the game. And I was joined by my friend Saria, also known as Panol, who did the music. And it was my first time collabing with Tamilzin, who did the sound effects. This will be somewhat improvised, so if you guys have any questions you come up with, feel free to drop them in chat so I can try to show the things you are interested in seeing or hearing about, okay? So where the idea behind the game came from, pull up some GIFs from when the game started. So I was very inspired by the discussion during the stream where Kyle and Chad figured out the theme and the characters and all of that. And I knew I wanted to explore the three friends rule, you know, that was fascinating to me. And I think it was one of the most unique things about this game jam, like the weird, oddly specific themes. I was inspired by who is Ziv Krumbik from last year, and I know I wanted to make a game that was a mix between an action adventure and narrative. I also was feeling like this craving to make some sort of Zelda-like game for a while, so it was the perfect opportunity to make this little action adventure game with Zelda vibes, you know? So let me talk a bit about the games that inspired this, actually. Around 4 years ago, during the Gleanis Cauldron, I tried to make a game for it. Not sure if you guys can see it. I tried to make this game for it. It was called Gah Boneward, and you can see it had like a similar art style. At the time, I had like some personal problems, so I could not continue developing the game. But I reused some of the ideas and concepts I had for this game, you know, some assets even. You can see right here, I reused the coins, I reused this slash effect, and even the similar art style and all of that. And there was also this another game, this little gacha game I was making like a couple years ago. And I also took some inspiration from it, like the art style. The text box is literally the same assets and the same styles I used for Amatetra. I just Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V the assets. And so all of this really helped the development, you know, helped me define the style of the game and all of that. And so when I started the game, I wrote like some ideas for it that I had for the story. I used this software called Obsidian, which I think it's really cool to organize projects, you know. And since I knew I really wanted to go down with the three friends idea, I started by creating the characters, you know. I decided my protagonist would be Margaret. I wanted her to be friends with Seraphina and Aurora, and the rest of the cast was growing and being created as I felt the game needed characters to fill certain spots, you know. And I made this chart with all the characters and their relationships and affinities and all of that to help me get situated in the game. It was outdated. It is outdated, actually. You can see that, like, oh, Primeval Mass Rex was friends with Kevin. What the hell? Actually, it was, in the end, that changed it to be friend of their Chipidoos. So yeah, a lot of things changed near the end the stages of the game because I had to cut a lot of the things that were planned, you know. And actually, I have a to-do list right here with the things I planned to do and the things that had to be cut. You can see there was a boss battle planned. I had to cut the boss battle. Seraphina and Aurora were planned to be playable characters, actually. They will not just hand their weapons to you. They would actually be characters you could switch, and you would use their unique abilities, you know. They would also have more abilities than just a unique weapon. Seraphina would have like their echolocation power to reveal secret passages and stuff like that. And yeah, these things had to be cut in the end. I had like a story overview right here. I had a list of the music I was going to use because for a while I was unsure if this was going to be a solo project or not. So I had this list with royalty-free music I planned to use in the game if I could not get my friends to make the music for it, you know. I knew I wanted the game to have like this bossa nova and jazz inspired sound. But Saria joined me, and she was able to compose the amazing soundtrack we used. Let me show you the game itself. This is the game right here. It was made with Construct 3. I know some people are not familiar with this engine. It's an engine that can run in your browser. Mayor McFrumples asked, what is the software called? It's Obsidian. I'm going to type it in the chat. So this is the game running in Construct. Everything is here, every layout, every scene, every chain of events, everything is right here. This is not an engine that is very focused on traditional programming. Everything is like visual oriented. I'm more of an art person, so this really makes it possible for me to make games. And yeah, I tried to be very organized and place notes on everything, but there is a point where it's just starting to become a lot of spaghetti code, hard-coded spaghetti, you know, but it worked out in the end. Here are some of the maps of the game. A lot of the work I did with the maps was copy and paste assets, and I have like base maps I used and reused to make areas. Actually, there are some maps that are literally the same. As you can see, Cave D2 and Cave A3 are the same map. I just changed the connections and some of the assets and the enemies being used. And this is a decision I had to make near the end of development, because like the bulk of the game, of the content of the game, was made like in the last 4 or 3 days, the last weekend before the deadline, you know. So basically every cave map, the entirety of the dungeon, a lot of the dialogue was written and designed between Saturday and early Monday, you know. And in this Saturday, I noticed that it was taking like 1 hour for me to make each map, you know. And I thought to myself, whoa, this will be unsustainable. I cannot spend 1 hour doing every map. So I started to copying and pasting and changing some things. And I want to show you guys this. It's I don't have a scanner, so sorry for the quality. But this is a sketch of the dungeon I did. It's actually the second version of the dungeon. The first version was a bit longer and more complex. But, you know, I did this sketch to help me out create the design and the layout, and you can see that, oh, this is the start area, and it will have a shortcut Dark Souls style to a second part, and you would go around, and the Dark Sheepy dungeon is like this pathetic 4-room layout. Originally, I wanted it to be a reference to Dungeons of Alexandria, So I wanted it to have like traps, poison traps and swinging axes and spike traps and stuff like that. But I would not have time to make all of that. So it just ended up being this pathetic 4-room layout, reusing the same assets I used inside of the houses. And it kind of worked, because in Dungeons of Alexandria, the canonical entry of the Archipelago, he was not a good dungeon manager. His goons would make all the work for him. And it was kind of fitting in the end. Since we are running out of time, I just wanted to speak a little bit about the text. We have the text, the entirety of the text right here. I also translated it to Portuguese, which is my first language. And this was one of the most challenging things of the entire game, because I am not used to write so much, and I'm not used to write in English so much. So, and I had this very complex lore, and all of these themes I wanted to explore. And if I could go back, and change something in the planning of the game, it would be this. It will be the narrative, it will be the story, it will be the writing, because I completely underestimated how much time it would take to write all of it, to express all the ideas I had. I underestimated how much time it would take to read the text on stream, So this is a thing I think if I could, I would go back and try to make like something shorter, recognize my limitations and all of that. I think I still have a bit of time to show more assets, so I did everything in Photoshop. The animations are handmade. I tried my best to be efficient. Actually, my specialty with art is pixel art, is what I do for a living. But for this game, I know if I did pixel art, I would be too much of a perfectionist, And so I went with the same art style I did for these other old projects because I knew it would be more practical. Here's the environment sheet, and I have everything. It's not organized at all, but there's a lot of assets. This is the palette I used. It's actually a color palette I used to make pixel art, but I also managed to use it for this game. So that's why some people complimented the color palette of the game, and so that's why I already had it. And these are the characters. Something I really wanted to show. This is what Aurora and Seraphina and Mary could have looked like, because I made this version of the characters before they had like the official colors, but in the end I changed them to have the official colors. Here are the initial sketches of the characters, previous versions of the portraits. I had this weird filter on it, didn't look good at all. This is Solvay, the first version of Solvay. She looked really bad and nasty, and I did a better version of her. And that's pretty much it, I think. I really enjoyed working on this game. It was very fun. I was very pleased with the results. Seeing that people enjoy the game as well was really cool. I felt validated when I saw that people voted it as one of the coolest narratives, because it was really the most challenging part of the game for me. I felt very insecure about it, but I'm glad it turned out well. And just a shout out to the soundtrack. My friend Saria released it on Bandcamp, so if you guys want to check it out, it's right here. And that's it. Thank you. If you guys have some questions I lost and you want to say it again, I think we might have like 1 minute or a couple seconds left. Yeah, it was very inspired by Earthbound, especially this kind of weird, kind of contemporary style, mixing fantasy with modern day setting. It was, I'm a big fan of Earthbound. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much, everyone.
No, thank you. That was was wonderful. Cool. I'll move you back to the audience. Okay. All right. Next up, we have Seraphina Summer by egpNoodlez. There you are. Bring you up here.
Hello? Am I on?
Yeah, we can hear you. As soon as you start presenting, I'll start the timer and I will duck out right now.
Just set up my screen share. Let's see, is that working?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, so yeah, it's a postmortem for Seraphina Summer. Basically, just presenting this from a point of view from a first-time game dev. A bit of background. I don't really have any sort of programming knowledge. I've tried before with stuff like QBasic and C++ way back in the day. Never could really grasp it properly. So at the start of the game jam, I wasn't even really sure I'd participate. Always have a bad history of unfinished projects. So this is why it sort of ended up being a solo project, just to sort of bear the responsibility on myself. Yeah, so once that all started and all the prompts and everything happened with the game jam, the first question to answer would be, who would be the star of the game? But the first thing I had to decide for myself was what to work with, and it ended up being GB Studio. The reason for that was because I just needed something small in scope. Again, I had no real programming knowledge. In terms of making assets, in terms of working with 3D, I wasn't very experienced with that. But with sort of sprite work, I've done a little bit of that before, so naturally it all ended up working out this way, sort of thing. So to start off with everything, I had to sort of work out a first scene. So I did wanted to have a sort of bigger map with like I think in the final game you see there's a school, a park, a cinema. There was meant to be like a bus stop at the bottom of the map that you'd be able to use to sort of transition from Seraphina's house and back, and other areas that I never really sort of ended up making. But one of the earliest challenges I found was that with GB Studio, you only have 192 tiles to work with, which means the unique 8x8 pixel tiles that make up the map. And very quickly, I found out with the sort of detail I was doing with my sprite work, it wasn't working out at all. Sorry, 1 second, I lost my notes. But yeah, and the first scene I did end up making was Seraphina's house. That was all created in Clip, and once I finished that, I realized that was a terrible idea. I needed a better way of doing things. That's when I started taking the project a bit more seriously. I grabbed Tiled, and yeah, later on we got some tile sets worked out, and then I started thinking about working in color, and then I realized I had made a terrible mistake by not researching that ahead of time. The way GB Studio works with color is that it uses 4 colors for the background and 3 colors for the sprites, the 4th color denoting transparency. Sorry, I lost my notes again. As well as that, the initial sprites that I created were before the finalized colors had come out. So I had to rework some of the sprites I'd initially created. At one point, I forgot Big George was a very small person, so I actually had to do. Well, actually, I only had the front-facing sprite for Big George, so that worked out a bit for me there. But as well as that, with the background elements, the way GB Studio colors things is in 8x8 pixel tiles, and so I had a bit of a rework there where things, you have an errant leaf that would be colored wrong, that sort of thing. So I had to go back and fix a few things that way. And doing all of this experimentation, this was like about 2 weeks into the project. So at this point, I was a bit panicky because, I mean, I could work out how to make people move in a Game Boy game. I could interact with things, but in terms of game essence, finding game feel, I still had to find that. So this was when we started sort of really composing together things like the animations for Seraphina's swish, the echolocation, different interiors. Experimentation was a bit difficult because you could sort of rough out an area, like at the bottom I have the garage on the left here. That plainly overloaded the sprite count, but when I neatened things up, it turned out to not even be close to the tile count. But yeah, that was a lot of work in that regard. Then I got to week 3, and this was where I started getting a bit panicky. There was no way to realize my initial map idea. I realized at this point there was just too much for me to make. And I was still trying to work out how the middle of the game went. I had a solid idea for the start and the very final scene, but in terms of the flow of the whole game, I had no idea what I was doing still. So in order to forge ahead, I decided to focus on one scene. And since I still had the cinema half done, had to school and other things, so the last thing I had was the park. And I was like, okay, we're gonna work from the park, see what happens. And it was pretty much the saving grace for this project. It's the final week. I'm a very procrastinating person. If I run into a roadblock, I tend to procrastinate. For this project, I tried to use that sort of energy to bounce back and forth between things like making sprites, making maps, scripting the scenes. And then at one point towards this final week, I decided I'm going to explore a bit of music because I don't have any music. I didn't have any plans for it, but maybe something will, maybe something's here. This was where I found the heart of this project. There's a track called The Gang's All Here, which is by Diaries and Ember. Basically, once I heard that, at the time I was trying to work out the champ scene, and it just all sort of clicked together. I'd like to say that pretty much the story of the game wrote itself from there on, the tone of the game, everything. It just gave me a lot of momentum to finish the project. Because for a long time doing this project, I was struggling to find a way to make it work as a cohesive whole. And now, right now, it just become a fully realized moment in time I just had to capture. So at the end of this project got a bit crunchy, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. Like I say, this is my first time doing this sort of thing. Never really been good with programming. In terms of GP Studio, it did a lot of the heavy lifting for me in terms of writing the scripts and everything, and actually scripting events and stuff. Sorry, I'm also a very nervously terrible orator, and my notes are all over the place. You're gonna have to bear with me 1 second. Anyway, yeah, selfishly, for me, the vibes of the game and how it was received, that was a very special moment for me. I've kind of struggled my whole life with sort of how I output my work and how it's perceived. So with the reception that I had from Kyle, from chat, that was a very validating moment. Like, yes, I've actually finished a project for maybe it's been 10 years since I finished a project, and see that sort of response, it really gave me a lot of confidence in what I want to sort of do, in the future if I was to do this sort of thing again. But yeah, I mean, for final words, Robot Party Game Jam is a platform for us all to express ourselves in creating something in an interactive medium. I'm glad I had the honor to participate this year. And thank you, everyone. Shoutouts to Carl Bossman and the entire Robot Party community. And I didn't even read half the notes that I'd written beforehand, but I'm glad to get to the end of this. Yeah, I don't even know how much time I used. I guess I'll flick through a few other things while I'll take any questions or anything. What do I have to flick through?
Yeah, we're not even at 9 minutes yet, so you have a lot of time.
Use the art bits. didn't implement so many of the ideas that didn't make it in. Yeah, basically it was a lot of cutting out of ideas. So on screen right now was sort of the initial. That's not what I wanted to do. Was the initial sort of map that I had. You would have the school up the top and stuff. Like all the raffle stuff that didn't get picked and that sort of thing. Yeah, I just had a lot of fun writing flavor text because I was procrastinating.
Oh yeah, sorry to interrupt. I think you need to change which window that you're sharing.
What I wanted to do was right from the beginning was to have that inclusion of the rest of those ideas as well. So the cinema just ended up being a very nice natural place to. Sharing is minimized. Oh no! Oh no! I don't need that. 2 seconds. Switch to application to resume. I might just be sharing it off of. How do I tell Discord to share a different screen?
At the bottom, with the initial share your screen, you should just be able to click that and choose a different window.
Change windows. Oh. Okay, for whatever reason, I can't change windows. That's odd. Oh, do I have to click on this first and then? Oh no. Yeah, let me see if I. Stop sharing. And then... Oh, and now the share screen button's completely grayed out for me.
That's weird. I'm going to move you to the audience and then you bring you back up. Try that.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Can you share screen now?
Windows. Okay, let's try one more time. Frame rate. Okay. Yeah, there's not a lot of assets I didn't use, but yeah, I guess we have any time we can take any more questions. So this is the map that I kind of wanted to use at the start, but there was no way I was going to fit the cinema in there. I think the cinema in the end ends up being about 130-ish tiles. So yeah, I end up splitting the park across 2 scenes, cinema unto itself. What else didn't we use? Oh, here's a cool little tidbit. Oops. We have the sprites for Mary. So the third sprite in was the initial Mary sprite I'd made. And eventually I used it for Mrs. Marty. I just like the hair. Anything else? Oops. And last thing, just the tile set from the game. A bunch of stuff turned at the bottom was just stuff that I was scrapped, didn't use. And a lot of things I could end up using just by recoloring, which was really handy. So for the cinema, the pillars on the side, they're also used inside the cinema, and then they're also used when they're actually at the screen. I just recolored the pillars red so they looks more like curtains. Yeah, that's a lot of fun, sort of learning to reuse sprites sort of intelligently just to save time and resources. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for any leftover assets. And my screen's probably not going to let me change, otherwise I'd show you guys the GB Studio actual project itself as well. Yes, that is Chef Aside playing at the cinema.
Cool. Yeah, we're at time right
yeah,
now.
it's kind of hard working at a tiny size. I had to do a lot of reevaluations of different stuff.
Cool. Can you hear me?
But yeah, if that's time, then yeah, thanks for listening.
Yeah, come on. Don't think you can hear me.
Stop sharing my screen.
Yeah. Okay, here we are. Yeah, egpNoodlez, I was talking to you. I'm not sure if you could hear me. Great job. Appreciate that so much. Cool. Moving on, Ringofire and Bulwark will be presenting the Defenestration of Mary Margaret. Yes. Come on up.
Hello.
Hey. I'm gonna mute myself, and as soon as you guys start talking, I will start the timer.
Awesome. Just share my screen here. And actually, I'm just gonna close my door so that the other denizens of the house know not to disturb me. Okay. All right. All right. Hopefully, everybody can see my screen. All right. Cool. Awesome. So, hello, everybody. We are Ben and Zion. We make up the team Raised by Screens. We developed the Defenestration of Mary Margaret, and this is our post-mortem, so we'll just jump into it with Zion starting us off.
So when we first came up with the idea for this, we basically started in a big brainstorming session with all of the different ideas being fleshed out to a pretty detailed level, kind of get an idea of how long they would take to make. We had a idea of like a bullet hell shooter and another one that was more like an investigative detective game. And eventually we decided that the rumor spreading mechanic with Solvay as the protagonist definitely made the most sense. We both really loved the idea. And then we pretty much planned it all out before we wrote a single line of code or did any art. We had every place that every single character was going to be, and on that diagram, that's each shape and color is a different character. So, and each row is a position and time slot. And then the rumor paths are at the bottom of it. So we pretty much worked backwards and made everything based on this diagram. So all of the characters and what they like were based on this. And that's how we got it all to make sense, because otherwise it would have probably been a lot harder to get make everything make sense within the context of the story and the characters.
Yeah, so like as Zion was alluding to, once we had the planning finished in terms of the puzzle and just the overall structure of how things would play out, I started writing. So, started with a plot outline just to provide that structure that we'd be following, and just, how events beginning to end. And then the next key piece of writing was, creating the character profiles. So, we already knew how many rumors we needed to spread. We decided to go with original characters just because, like as Zion mentioned, we already had what people needed to be interested in, what people needed to spread which rumors. So then I took those just kind of basic points about a character and then fleshed out more of a personality. Tried to create characters that had something interesting about them, something that would come up in conversations that also related to their interests. So, when a player would listen to a conversation, if they were just reading the conversation, they would get a hint as to what somebody's interested in. And then that also plays into a mechanic that we'll talk about a little bit later. But besides that, I just have some stats. I know a couple of people were interested in how much dialogue we ended up writing. It, I think it feels like more dialogue than is really there at the end of the day. But it definitely was a good chunk of time, making sure we had all the different rumors that we wanted, and having those rumors morph. So you had to have variations on each rumor, and then of course, just not every dialogue is super important to finishing the puzzle, but we wanted to make it feel like you're at a house party and you are listening in on people's conversations.
So everybody has assumed that this game is a super rat's nest spaghetti code mess. It's actually very simple and systemic, and we did that to reduce the workload on us, because hand coding every interaction and where everybody's going to be and what they're going to say would have been a total nightmare. So everything is handled by configuration files and systems. Like the rumor transmission, for example, they don't even try to transmit a rumor if there is more than 2 people or if they're alone. And then the dialogue is just read from that configuration file. So we could just go in and change that, and it would change the dialogue in the game. And then we did add a lot of anti-frustration mechanics, because this game is a lot about listening in on conversations, and you want to be able to pay attention to what the characters are saying. And initially we had it so that if you walked away during the middle of the conversation, that the conversation would just keep going, which wasn't very fun because then you might miss important information. And then we just had it stop and then restart, but which is a lot better. But we were still having the issue of if somebody we had everything on a timer, so if the timer went off and everybody was supposed to go to their next spot and you were still listening to a dialogue, it would just cut it off, and that didn't feel good. So we actually made the dialogue, if it was still going when the timer went off, we paused the timer so that the player could still get the journal entry for that conversation. And then Ben's, I think, biggest idea and most helpful thing that he suggested was the journal system. Basically, if this was a full-size game, we maybe would have not done that, but we figured if this needs to be done in 30 minutes, we need to give a lot of help for this puzzle and give a lot of information. So having those dynamically populate and show up based on what conversations you've listened to was a really big help, I think, for people playing the game. And then ideally we would have had all these mechanics tutorialized in the game, but obviously that having a big scripted tutorial is a lot of extra work. And we wanted to really focus on the key, like the core of this, which is that rumor spreading and listening in and gossiping.
Yeah, so when it comes to the art, just the overall art design, once I had crafted the characters and their backgrounds and what they'd be like, just some basic information, I then handed over those profiles and, of course, the game jam prompt itself with all the characters on there to Zion's partner, Regan, who drafted up some neat character concept designs. And then I took those concept designs and just translated them into our kind of 2D pixel art, point and click, point of view art style. Definitely like some inspirations from Red Strings Club, if people are familiar with that, in terms of just the overall resolution and proportions of the characters. Definitely not a professional artist by any means, so things like color palette are mostly just me eyeballing it and seeing if it kind of looks all right. But the overall goal in terms of setting up the scene was to just mimic kind of that college house party. Wanted to have a sort of darker vibe to it because we are talking, it's gossip, it's ruining someone's reputation. So wanted to have that kind of not like a darkness, but more like a party where things could go wrong vibe. Luckily, since really just characters are just walking around and blinking and shrugging, animations overall were pretty simplified. So I was able to use a template essentially for a lot of the movement for each of the characters. So that sped up a lot of the animation process. And then, of course, there was some more specialized animations when it came to the cutscene at the end with George lighting himself on fire and Mary stumbling out the window and getting defenestrated, as is per the name of the game. But overall, I think the animation wasn't a huge amount of work, given that it wasn't overly complex. Then we used some basic lighting, some Godot built-in lighting to help kind of illustrate the ambiance of the party. Nothing super technical, just kind of the basic 2D lighting that Godot supplies. So just wanted to talk a little bit about scrapped ideas. So originally, when we were brainstorming and figuring out what we wanted the game to be about, it was actually all couched in more of a point-and-click adventure structure. So that would have included things like item puzzles, actual more interactive conversations. So Solveig actually having more of a voice, in terms of talking to the individual characters beyond just giving them a rumor to spread. But as we were progressing with development, we decided to really focus on the core of what made our game special, which was the rumor spreading. So we ended up axing most of the point-and-click adventure style things. We also had some tweaks to the story where originally the player was going to actually have to discover what Mary's trick was, but again decided to just go ahead and give that trick to Solveig. She'd already figured it out, just to streamline our development and just help us focus on something very direct to the rumor spreading. And then really the last couple things, just there was originally going to be a stinger where Mary is not dead. Right now it's kind of ambiguous what happens to Mary, besides being thrown out the window. And she was going to be speaking to George's ghost, so that could have added a little bit of levity to the dark ending. But ultimately, I'm still pretty happy with the Dark Shippy Doo's stinger. I think it works pretty well. I'm pretty proud and got some good feedback on that. And then finally, just wanted to highlight, we did have some obstacles. Probably the biggest one was Godot 4 actually had a bug where final exports would just be missing random assets. And that was something that we dealt with and banged our head against the wall for at least a couple hours, maybe 3 hours.
Like 3-4 hours at
3-4 hours at
at night.
yeah. So we were up to like 3 in the morning trying to figure that out, and we figured out a workaround. But then the next day, somebody sent me the issue post, the bug post on the Godot forums about that. So anyway, that's it from our presentation standpoint. Before I open up for questions, just want to do a quick plug for our current project that we've been working on for a while now, Bare Knuckle Sandwich. If you want to check this out on Steam, it does have a Steam page. We also have our Twitter account at Raised by Screens. You can follow us there for updates, trying to get that active, but just quick plug there. Maybe not
Yeah, I'll get it.
Wrong one, Wujak. That's Knuckle Sandwich. Or Bare Knuckle Sandwich. But you're posting our competitor. No, it's okay. I'm just kidding. But thank you. And besides that, we're going to open up for questions. With our last few minutes.
Yeah, it's that one.
Yes, thank you, Little Kitbit. Appreciate that.
The obsession with cacti thing was, I didn't even remember saying this, but apparently I said it like off the cuff, and then it was just in the script. Ben, do you want to talk a little bit more about it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We were just coming up with like, quirks or things with characters would make them kind of stand out. And Zion had mentioned something about a cacti conspiracy. I think that was actually one of the rumors that he suggested we spread about Mary, was that she was actually a cacti person. I instead changed that to lizard person for Mary, just because it's a little bit less out there. But then in the dialogue with Quinn, I wanted to kind of just have this like weird obsession that Quinn has with secret cacti people. Yeah. And the idea behind a lot of the dialogue when I was trying to write it was that I wanted each dialogue to have certain clues about the characters' personalities, that if somebody was invested in listening to the conversations, they could kind of start putting together like, oh, George doesn't seem actually very bright, or Quinn is really into, or not Quinn, Dakota is really into erotic novels, but wants to kind of hide it. And just like little things that the player could put together themselves by listening in.
PU was just I think it was just a funny thing that Ben came up with. There was no meaning to it.
Yeah, PU go ahead.
All words that start in P and PU, all of them are valid uncanon. So whatever your headcanon is the right answer.
100%.
Pimento University, yep, that's it.
100%. Go ahead, Zion.
I was just going to say, thank you all for all the feedback you gave. It definitely made this experience really fun. I love seeing everybody's reactions.
Yeah, I really appreciate everybody who played and rated and commented. That was like such a inspiration. Very, very validating for our effort. This was actually the first finished and project that Zion have put out together as a team. So it was cool to actually have something put out that's a complete package.
Yeah.
Even if it's small in scope. So appreciate everybody.
Yeah, we both have full-time jobs, so it's we definitely had to squeeze the time into our schedules for this.
For sure.
Well, thanks. I think that we're basically done. If nobody else has questions, I think we can wrap up.
Yeah, basically. Nice work, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay. It's a little weird for me because I'm recording, so every time I click off, I get your stream is still running. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So, let me start. Hey, I am Neil, aka Mayor McFrumples. And I am repping my team for the game Beast Friends. This is our third time contributing to the Game Jam. And our previous games being Isle Isle and Lovebot's Kill. So first and foremost, huge shout outs to my lovely Beast Friends team. Little Kimbit, who did some art, did so much of the writing, the story, did the coloring for the portraits. Zoql did sprite art and the backgrounds. Ion who did the portrait line work. Bloodbasar did the music and sound effects, and wujak, Craze, Tony Sacco, the mics, Katie, our playtesters. As for me, I did all the coding, I did some art, I did a little bit of writing, anything but sound, because I'm just bad at that. So, in terms of inspirations, 2 years ago, on Christmas Eve, Kyle had a stream in which he played games made by chat. And the one that really stuck in my brain was Bold Blade by Ultra Runway Games. A game in which you're able to upgrade the size of your sword, basically to absurd levels, as you can see on these screenshots here. And it just really appealed to me. And so leading up to the Game Jam, I just had this urge to make a game that was almost like begging you to break it. And given that our games are meant to be shorter, I figured creating a game that lets you blitz through it once you figure out the gimmick would have been ideal. Although still keeping in mind that the game would still need to be moderately fun, even if it is easier. And that's where lots of bears came in. I thought just having a billion bears is just a hilarious image. Also, I'm not going to lie, knowing how much Kyle loves to exploit games, I thought this would have been perfect Kyle bait. That wasn't the case, though. It turned out to be Tony Sacco bait, and we'll get to that later. Let's see if I can show. The original design doc. As you can see, I drew this up the night of the Game Jam. And the meat and potatoes never really changed. You can see Aurora here, her bear, the squirrels attacking the tricks. But at the time, like, we didn't really know what the tricks were. I had them listed as statues here. And other things. So the central gimmick was already there. You were meant to win by losing, or at least it helps. And the original game over screen was that one of your bears is under interrogation lights and it reveals your secret. But because we have to keep Melanie happy, we say like, okay, that bear got fired. So here are 2 brand new bears who are going to be better than the last bear. And every game over after that, you go to Shippy Doo's shop, where they would offer you expanded AoE for a bear. So basically, the more you lose, the more unstoppable you become. Ultimately, we dropped the game over screen entirely and just streamlined it so you went straight to DSD's shop and you'd either get an AoE or a bear. We did that for quality reasons, but also like the story didn't work out that well. Real quick, I want to talk about the art and animation. And originally, we wanted to. I had this envision of the sort of Super Nintendo beat 'em up style. There's like limited sprite work, mostly because I didn't want to overwork the artists. But also, it's just in my head, this game was also half tower defense and half beat 'em up, and so I just wanted to work into that sort of that vibe. Something that got dropped was there was meant to be chat integration. The bear names were meant to be pulled from members in Kyle's chat. I just thought it'd be really funny if it said like, Mayor McFrumples Bear ratted out your secret power, or you traded Neurosis Bear for a better AoE attack. And just the vision of Bossman having to play with members of chat in bear form and have to give them, like, call them out by name. It was a really funny image in my head, but we had to drop that for a few reasons and just come up with a random bear name generator. So one thing that's missing from here in this whole devlog is not much mention of DSD. DSD originally was meant to just acquire like a whole mass of bears and do what with them, we don't know. It wasn't until LKB suggested having devlogs and the DSD diary that like things started to really fall into place. And from there, the story, there's the vanilla game of you trying to get to the Melanie's birthday party. But then there's the meta game on top of that, in which you are uncovering this lore of DSD's journey, and also the us cosplaying as the devlogs, right? Also as a means to justify like all the different art styles. And so like a bunch of ideas popped off from there. We're like, oh, what if the game is actually a revenge story and the devs are trying to like get back at the boss, steal information, and but all that stuff was kind of dropped because rightfully so, dipping into like toxic work environments, not a fun time. Hard to write about that delicate topic without like getting too dark. And so rightfully we steered away from that and made it a little bit more lighthearted as best we could. And I think LKB really pulled that off well. If you haven't had a chance to read these, do it. They are thick and delightful. So that's how those came about. So moving on, I want to talk about proxies. I filled this game with proxies almost immediately just so I could iterate on the game's mechanics and get those down as soon as I could. And you can see like the tricks are pink blocks, the trees are pink blocks. We got a bunch of squirrels running about. Yeah, check out the link, the mention of wujak there. You notice in the top left-hand corner, there's a ripple effect on the AoE. It was just some visual thing I really liked, but I took it out because it turns out it gave the squirrels a slightly unfair advantage because one could be attacking your trick, and even though you hit the AoE would hit it too late, and your trick would die before it died, and it just visually cool, but unfair. So unfortunately, I just had to drop that. Talking more about the proxies, a little close up, you can see the bears, Aurora, there's her one frame AoE, her roar, her pointing, and the squirrel. That's its attack animation right there. And this is what they evolved to. Zoql made these fantastic Aurora sprites. Adding that wind-up punch for the AoE just added so much. I had one frame, they added the extra frame, giving it so much. And then the squirrels turned to rats. LKB drew these two rats, the running rat and the stabbing rat, as a joke. But we put them in, and they just it just worked. It was hilarious. It was just such a funny image. The machine gun rat, we will get to that. That came in later. And the bears stayed the bears. The bears were meant to eventually be like dire wolves, something fantastical that kind of a 13-year-old girl might like, that fit with the vibes of Aurora. But we just got attached to these goofy ass looking bears, and so they stayed. And so I'd like to point out some more art. At the bottom, we have the more sprites made by Zoql, which are just wonderful. For the rapping champ, like I envisioned one frame of a mouth, like him hitting a pose in the mouth moving, but Zoql went above and beyond the Call of Duty and just plussed it so much. And these dead sprites are some of my favorites. On the right-hand side, we have the mecha rats. The mecha rats came about because when I was just iterating on the game, I added like a big rat with more HP. And then LKB pointed out that walrus can only communicate to small animals. I was like, shit, damn it, I like the big rat. But then LKB drew up a mecha rat being piloted by a smaller rat. I was like, oh, easy fix, easy fix. And on the right, you see the death foam. There's more foam in the game. You just have to get Champ to say the foam rhyme. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have DSD, which was done. I did them in like half an hour in Maya, and all the glitching effects were done by hand in the program. And I just want to showcase even more art from here. These amazing portraits by Ion. And the bear is so fucking cute. I just love it so much. And the backgrounds by Zoql here, the DS, every playtester just loved the DSD backgrounds. And if we had time, we wanted to be more like interactive, so you can click on things and they make noises, but we just ran out of time. And at the bottom, I mean, obviously we have the wonderful late edition snail that you cannot hurt. And this is the concept art for the mecha rat. At 10 minutes, I just really wanted to quickly talk about something we did different than we did last year, the year before, is we did way more play testing. Not that we didn't play the hell out of our games, but we didn't get a lot of outside help. Partly because I'm always afraid to ask people, because I'm always afraid that they're busy, but it turns out people love to play test games, so that worked out in our favor. So some quick, like, I found out a lot of just simple UI things, like how to put things on the screen that are more easier for people to read, or buttons lighting up as you mouse over them, or people clicking too fast when they get to DSD shops and totally bypassing the dialogue. But specifically, also, Tony Sacco was the only playtester to realize how to break the game and started losing it intentionally and building up a mass of bears, which I love to see. Hoping Kyle did that. So the rat, the machine gun rat, came about when wujak was playtesting. And they found out they could just sit on a tree and use their AoE attack and just repel all the incoming enemies. And I was like, and they said it was easy but not fun. And I was like, shoot. And I started panicking. It took me about 3 hours. I was like, oh, I'll just give him a gun. And that just solved that problem. And then Crazed had some issues with Big George. Big George would just show up almost out of nowhere at bad angles and just scare away all his bears. It just didn't feel right that he didn't have time to prepare. So now you hear the woohoo hee hee voices by Blepisar to give you an indication that this terror is going to show up and chase away all your bears. So just like this playtesting just plus the game so much, and like thank them, all my playtesters, so much for just being unintentionally insightful. Okay, and actually that'll wrap it up for me. If you guys have any questions, I will field them now. How did I get so good at presenting? Oh, shucks. I rehearsed a lot yesterday. I make all my games in Game Maker. All the games I've made outside of game jams have been have blown up in my face for various reasons. I have like a whole notebook of games I try to make. I end up making more prototypes than anything else. What would you do differently next year from your experiences this year, especially programmatically? Honestly, that's a weird. Honestly, nothing. Like I was made super sure that like I try to make improvements from last year, especially with like the dialogue system that was easier to work with. And now that I see the flaws in that, and now I can upgrade my systems even more. It's about iteration. Programmatically, I think like everyone else, at some point, everything became spaghetti code. But thankfully, I learned from last year, so the spaghetti code was less confusing. I think this time around, I need to make some diagrams about how every object connects to another, because I have like things like fade in and fade outs, and that load different objects as soon as the fade out's over. And the same thing with dialogue system. Larger teams we had, it's about 5 of us. Ion could only do the portraits due to life stuff. We just had a Discord and we just talked there, and just I was always constantly posting our latest builds, and my team was always constantly giving feedback, and so they could see their works in the game and improve on them. I don't know, it's just a lot of communication, I think. I think maybe my team can talk more about that, see if we did a good enough job. It is a challenge trying to, Google Sheets is great. We use a lot of that. And it's for me, it's difficult. Like Blepisar was doing our sound and music, and I know good sound, I know good music, but in terms of communicating that, I am abysmal. And yeah, Wujak says, then questions for Elkippy and Blep. Any other members here? Often do you want to strangle him? That's legit for me too. I might want to strangle myself too, but for different reasons. Yeah. That is my time, however. So, I will, but thank you guys so much. Felt like I blitzed through that. Whew, just like you guys blitzed through my game. If you get the chance to go back and watch that stream, Kyle's stream was basically called, it was just like, it was 2 years ago, Christmas Eve, casual. It was just like playing games made by chat. A lot of good stuff in there. Okay, let's see if we get back on track here. Ether, I'm going to invite you up.
Okay, I'm in the app now.
Cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, great.
So anytime you want to share your screen, my brain, it works.
It won't actually let me go lower than 720.
Oh, well, oh, thank you, Wujak, for pressing that. So, okay, we'll just do 7. Maybe using the app is going to fix things. Please, 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 please. Yes, yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
Got it?
Okay, yeah, cool.
Great.
I'm going to mute myself and set the timer as soon as you start presenting.
Okay, so this is my game Floating Hearts. I did not have time to complete it in time for the jam. It fell to wayside about halfway through. I got busy with other life commitments, and I was doing community theater, and that was taking up all my free time. But I thought I would show what I did complete and talk about where I was going with it. So this is the game, and we've got music by Shivaj. I don't think he was able to be here today, unfortunately, to talk about it. It was mostly just a talk to NPCs, collect items in the right order adventure game. The idea for the story is that Mary had just recently lost one of her 3 friends, She was very upset about this because it was her only real friend. The other two don't actually like her, and she just tricked them into guessing what her trick was and intentionally manipulating them to get it wrong, so they're stuck with her. We never meet them in the story, we just hear about them. But she has come to this land, which is this mountaintop, and it was supposed to be floating above mist, like really high up. I was going to make a height fog shader, but I don't actually know how to do that. But the bottom of the mountains were supposed to fade into mist. And it's where these like trickster spirits and nature spirits and goblin spirits live. I had the idea that Mary's speaking with spirits shouldn't just be the dead, but more like these kind of folkloric yokai or something like that. And I thought that would also help make it more different than other Mary games. So like this goblin spirit will talk about how humans have come to inhabit these mountains and they built a town here. And Mary's come because there's a nobleman who has been researching the spirit realm, because the idea is these mountains are so high, they're so close to the heavens, and that's why like they're this in-between space of the spirit realm and humans. And so Mary wants to try and use his research to find a way to kind of explore the spirit realm, because she can't communicate with her friend's spirit, even though that's her power. Her friend's spirit won't appear to her. She's having trouble finding her, and she wants to know why that is. So she comes to these spiritual mountains where now humans are building a settlement. If you were to go further this way, there would be a bridge to take you to another mountaintop, and that's where the town would have been. The town was never built. That was something I really dragged my feet on. And a lot of it was because I just could not figure out how to go about designing the town. I didn't know how I wanted the layout to be. I never knew how I wanted the architecture to be. Where it was based on Melanie's notebook, I had the idea that it would be like a mix of fantasy, but not well-researched fantasy, so it would have like elements of modernism to it, like something a 14-year-old would come up with for, trying to make fantasy buildings or something. And one thing I really wanted was to make these shot reverse shot dialogue sequences like Knights of the Old Republic or one of those older BioWare games. And last year, Little Kittenbit made some really lovely character portraits for me, and I love them for this kind of visual novel style dialogue scenes. But I always thought it looked awkward that the 3D characters were just standing around behind this. So I really wanted the 3D models to be used instead. But what I did do was have different character expressions where the character's face can change with each dialogue box. So you see Pogo here gets a little tear in his eye and becomes sad talking about Haver's death. And then, like I said, shot reverse shot, so you have, a flash to Mary like Knights of the Old Republic. And the other thing I wanted was to create these little mesh environments. Last year I used height maps, and most games nowadays will use height maps as the base. But I was looking at Wind Waker and kind of replaying Wind Waker a little bit, and I like how every island is this little hand-sculpted mesh. I really wanted to create something like that. If we jump down into the well, we can get into a little cave here. I really like these treasure chests I made. This is actually the only animation I made myself. The rest, Mary's animations come from Mixamo, and I made the item screen look like a notebook, kind of like Melanie's notebook. It's locked here, so if you came down the other side of the mountain, you would just see the chest of the gates, and you would have to figure out on your own how to get up there. I probably should have used backlighting to make this tunnel more separate from the rest of the cave. There's a little puzzle like that. At one point, there was planned for a thing called the Dungeon of Heart, where there was a day to night cycle, and every night you would go into the Dungeon of Heart, and it was like Mary would have to kind of grapple with moving on from her friend in this symbolic way by going through these little puzzle solving dungeons, but I cut that idea pretty early. The mesh landscapes, while I like doing this, it was hard to measure what was a good jump height and work with what felt good for Mary's control because I was making them in Blender and then importing them, and I didn't have a lot of time to keep touching them up. So I ended up just making Mary's jump very high and floaty, which I actually don't like. It doesn't feel good to me, but it was just a catch-all way to make sure she can clear any platforming challenge. And yeah, so most of the game was just going around collecting little items and talking to NPCs. So the flow of the game is that when she goes to this nobleman's estate, he's not there, but she meets his daughter, which is Seraphina. Seraphina is very sick because the spirits have been cursing the people who have built the town here. And so she's become very sick and can't leave this library her father built for her. And so your first quest is to use the jester key you found in the well to get into Dark Shippy Doo's shop. From there, you'll meet the fairy Pogo from Dungeons of Alexandria and other games. He was just part of Haver's character, I think. And he would give you the keys to go into this fairy fountain, which was an obvious Zelda parody. Like this little jingle Shavage made for it. And here you would find the medicinal herb. And there were spirits who would mix the herb into a panacea that could heal Seraphina. And so then once Seraphina is able to be healed, you could take her on a date, sort of outside to this little windmill location. And I'll exit out of the game, actually. If everyone's still with me here. Oh, you're not hearing the music. I'm sorry. Shavage will be posting all of the music on Spotify. But this was the windmill. This was the start of the mountaintop that was supposed to have the town. The library wasn't actually supposed to be right outside of there. I just put it there so I could show it off in game. But it was supposed to be at the bottom of the windmill, and you would take Seraphina on like a little date to the windmill and have a heart-to-heart, and that's when you first really start bonding. And then you have the choice to take out one of her friends so you can free a slot. So you either had to win her trust enough where you can convince her to want to break up with a friend and help her solve his trick, or you can just give him poison to solve some malady he mentioned and kill him. So that was an option you had. I did make some concept art for these other characters. So this other friend, I didn't want to kill off any of the official characters, so I just made up original characters. So this guy was named Dexter, and he was an herbalist researcher who was just researching up in the mountains and had made friends with Seraphina. So you had the choice to either solve his trick, to have Seraphina break up with him, or to kill him with poison. And then if you did all that and won Seraphina's friend slot, then she would, become friends with you. But there was a moment where Mary would have hesitation because she wasn't really willing to move on from her old friend. And her old friend was named Thea, and I drew concept art of her here. And at the end, she would appear in spirit, and then they would have a heart-to-heart, and she would tell Mary that she wants her to move on and be happy with Seraphina, and then they would do that, and the game would end. So that was the plan. Yeah. Oh, another thing I made were for the face textures. Like I said, I had the ones with Pogo changing from happy to light face. Little Kitten Bit made some face textures for Mary for me that I didn't all get worked into the game. So I thought I'd show them off here. We had a concerned face. There was a crying one for when she sees her friend at the end. A mischievous one. We also had this smug one. There's not a whole lot of difference between this and the other mischievous one. I actually don't remember what the exact context of that was supposed to be. And something that worked out odd was I asked Little Kitten Bit to put her birthmark as part of the eye texture and not the face texture because I thought to make things easier for me, I was going to unwrap the models in such a way that I can just put the UV islands over these little like blocks of gradients, and I thought that would be a really quick and easy way to do that. But it turned out to be harder because of that birthmark and trying to get all the UVs for the eye plane to match up with that. I mean, by comparison, you can see the Big George texture I made for Mimi Moonbeam's game, which is more properly UV wrapped and a lot more complicated. So yeah, I think I'm a little over 10 minutes now. So that's everything I have to show. And like I said, Shabbat will put the soundtrack on Spotify. So if there's any questions before we wrap up here, let me know. Thank you, Mayor McFrumples. Yeah, so completing it's a whole thing, and I seriously thought about doing it. If I did it, it would mostly be for Shavaj more than anyone else, because I really love the music you made for it. And there's more stuff that's not even in that little demo. There's a town theme that was inspired by Alexandria from Final Fantasy IX. DSD shop theme is great. But this is a Godot project, and I started putting some of the assets into Godot because in some ways, I just know Godot better than Unity. And I was able to do stuff in here easier because I already knew how to do them that I didn't know in Blender. Like I got my height fog here, where like this tower fades into the fog. That's what I wanted. And this is the same grass texture from the Mary game, but now I got the vertex painting to tint it, so there's like splashes of mud on it and stuff like that. And I got a better feeling character controller with a weightier jump. And so there's a part of me that does want to complete it, and I was thinking about completing it in Godot, but I'm really itching just to kind of move on to like an original world with my own original characters, and I sort of started on that already with kind of this new little city thing I was working on, but also becomes a matter of like how much time do I want to spend on this, because now that the deadline's gone, I can just keep tweaking this and trying to perfect it. And then it's like, do I want to spend like 3 months of my life on this thing that you can really only understand in, this community? Like it's kind of hard to explain these jams to other people who don't really know Kyle Bossman and stuff. Like I've always thought about completing my Steel Love game from last year, and every now and then I have the urge to do it. And I think like, I want to make it so like anyone can play it, like without needing to look up the Ichigo rules and seeing what the whole backstory was there. But then I keep wanting to add stuff, and it's like, well, I might spend like a year of my life doing that. Do I really want to do that on a world and characters that aren't even my own? And so that's where I'm at with whether I'll complete it or not. Sorry, that was a long answer. Do I have standout lessons? I don't know if there's one thing I can do. It's like I learned the theory of how to do things. So like the mesh environments and texture atlases, I learned how to do them. I didn't do them right in this, but I know how to do them now for the future. Or stuff like the face. The dialogue system I set up I really liked. So in the conversations, for each message box, I can set the expression here, and I have all the expressions as numerators, and that emits a signal. And then NPCs have this expression controller, and they have IDs associated with each expression, and I tell it how many tiles wide and tiles tall the face textures are, and it knows how to do the math to find the one that lines up with the ID. And I'm really happy with the way that turned out.
Cool. Well, we're at time.
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
and
everyone.
sorry about all the technical problems, but it was worth the wait. I'm glad you're able to show it to all of us.
Thank you.
Cool. I'll send you back to the audience. Cool. Next, we have Loomed by Adidan64. know you're in here. There you are. Bring you up. And we'd like to thank you for being so flexible with your time. It was tough to schedule everyone.
For hanging out. And this has been really great. I had to step out for just a little bit in the middle for a 1-year-old birthday party in our little neighborhood here. But other than that, which was fun. But let me see here. Let me get my sharing right. I'll go.
I will dip out.
Lower res. Thanks. Okay. So let's see. Is everyone seeing my screen all right there? Make sure I've got people.
Yep. Can see it.
Yep. Okay. All right. Then I'll pull up. So I'll start here. So yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things about this whole concept is, we're all in chat together. We all enjoy Kyle's streams and his humor, and it's hard to really know people at a distance and just in chat. You get a sense of people. So real quick, so my name's Alex, and I'm 37, going on 38. I've got 3 kids, and my eldest is my daughter Audrey, and she's 15. And so when the game jam concept came up, and it was about a 14-year-old, or Melanie turning 14, the boss's daughter, it kind of triggered some thoughts in me right off the bat. And then the other piece that did come up, which came up in the saga of this game jam, I've watched the other game jams and thought about participating. I'm a software engineer more on the data science side by trade, and I've never, other than TI calculator games back in middle school or whatever, like never actually made any sort of game. Never really worked in game engines. I've encouraged my son to do so, but I had never done it. And so during the original game jam concept, really common rules, come to find out. And so there was also a lesson in Loomed that I learned just in the community and everything else around just communication and messaging and like making sure that you're being, clear in an intent. And so, essentially, on the game jam original thread, there was the conversation about the no AI rule. And I just made an offhand comment about, as AI is being introduced, how's that all work? And so there was even the question, as the game then rolled out and Kyle streamed it in the end, like in chat, folks, there were a couple people saying, wait, is this game pro AI or, what is this all about? And so, but at the initial kind of conversation, there was this, concept of, no, we're not doing it. And, I thought about that and thought, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I even said it, that evening in chat was like, yeah, it totally makes sense. It's better for community. I understand. And I wasn't sure whether I was going to encourage my son to participate or I was going to do it myself. And I wasn't sure, even coming up into the time, I think I only ended up giving myself a couple weeks to work on it. We were actually on a family vacation when we started, but the research, quote unquote, began pretty much right away, right after the game jam kind of concept came out. And, my head went straight to, this idea of the historical context of looms and how that all went down industrially and the industrialization and the whole movements around that. And what surprised me was how into it I got. So, and I should probably have chat kind of up on the side here. I don't know if I can pop out chat so I can see feedback as I'm talking here. Yes, it was. Yeah, I got super into weaving as a result. Let me see when researchers are doing session. Exactly. Let me see if I can just like tell me guys where chat pop out is. I don't know, Mayor, if you can unmute and just tell me real quick, or I'll just look for it.
To be honest, it may not be safe to do it.
Oh, that's true. Maybe I'll blow up everything. Well, here, I'll try.
We were having issues. Well, it seems to be okay. Okay, never mind.
Am I doing all right?
Yeah, we were having issues with other people popping out and.
All right. Well, yeah. If I blow up the stream, just let me know and
Cool.
I'll stop it.
You're good.
But anyway, cool. Now I can see what people are saying. Good. So in any case, yeah. So then I'm like, okay, what are the moves in like weaving, how does this even work, and like the history and how long back, like how ancient it is. And so it was really just, I spent a ton of time in Wikipedia, you know, going over this stuff, and like videos like this really informed like the game, right? So you've got like a person actually at a womb using the treadles, just the names of things, treadles and heddles, and you know, passing the shuttle back and forth. So you can kind of see just even in this video, like there's my gameplay loop, right? Like it's just kind of wild. And I watched a couple other. I went back and like searched my YouTube history. I watched more videos than I probably should have of like, you know, kind people working at looms and learning all the terminology. And I was like, well, this is actually really cool. So I thought there was something there, and I wanted the message though, and the message to me, you know, felt really personal because, as I mentioned, like in the credits, you know, I do have this, you know, daughter who's really into illustration, and you know, a year ago or whatever it was, or maybe even longer, when Dali first came out, you know, I try to keep up on, you know, what's happening in, you know, the industry and what's happening, you know, from a, you know, just progress standpoint. And there was like some stress there, like a lot of internal stress as a parent, kind of watching, you know, child and you know, encouraging her, you know, aspirations and her talents, and of course I'm, you know, only gonna just continue investing in that, but I'm also trying to be mindful of like what's happening, and there was definitely a lot of strong feedback like at her school, in her arts program, of kind of the similar thing that, you know, the vibe that I got from just the overall Kyle Bossman community of like, you know, for good reasons, you know, really strong kind of like, you know, concerns about, especially like the generative side because of the lack of attribution and how they scraped stuff to get it. And so totally learned and understood all that. But your target ads are crazy. Yes, they did get really wild. Yeah, exactly. LKB, you nailed it. And so that's kind of like, you know, my growth through the process was, you know, wanting to make something, a game where the gameplay loop, and I think I was happy because most of the feedback of the comments on the itch.io kind of seemed to get that, which was that like the narrative and the fact that the game kind of defeats you, but you're also making progress. Like Mary is weaving faster and better, but she's not really doing it. And then the game kind of goes away. And it was easy to loop like the DSD kind of theme of one of the rules being that like if you purchase his things, like it seems like it's a good thing, but it's a double-edged sword, and it ends up being, you know, drastically bad, and so you end in the game over. So like the narrative kind of built itself then in a much more, you know, if a spark of inspiration at the beginning was kind of like a hurt feeling, right? Like, and I don't know, like communities are weird and communication is tough, right? And so like, you know, if the initial spark is like, you know, oh well, you know, there's a broader conversation here, and there's goods and bads to these things, and I, you know, felt like, oh, you know, do we not have a chance to talk about this? Can we not like look into this? You know, is this just shut it down right away? And then the more I looked into it and built out the narrative, you know, it went from just that initial spark to something that kind of, I think, grew into, you know, kind of a lot of learning and context. And so it was cool. So that's, you know, again, the main weaves, like just learning that there are essentially just 3 main weaves. In terms of things that weren't in there, I mean, there's so many things that weren't in there because I just was out of time. But like jacquard head fabrics, like, so like the fact that you can, you know, weave things where the warp threads are changing colors, and like a jacquard machine would get fitted to a loom, like all this crazy stuff. But anyway, I'm going to switch gears from that a little bit. Oh, naming things is hard. I knew like once I knew it was a loom, I wanted to kind of imply the idea, you know, of the pun at the end, and punniest game didn't win. And Kyle was super against puns, and yet I kind of just leaned into it. The idea of, you know, the fact that there is something looming over us kind of societally, and maybe even, I don't know, like species wide. Like I don't know what AGI means in the future, and I've like read a bunch of sci-fi around it and stuff. And so like, but anyway, naming the thing, I wanted Loom at first. Then I realized there's a LucasArts kind of actually neat graphic adventure game I had never heard of. And then I was like, okay, well, I'll go with Looming. Well, then there's like a game called Looming that's about like these two people. It's like, so I'm finding all these cool things named Loom or related to Loom. Anyway, so that was the naming process, which was kind of funny. Yes, exactly. We all have to annoy Kyle somehow. And so anyway, yeah. So I had never done anything in Godot before or anything like that. I knew I was gonna have some challenges. Gosh, just even figuring out like, I remember like the first day sitting in like our, you know, one of the places we were staying over in Scotland on vacation. I'm from the East Coast of the States, and just trying to get like my first object to appear because I hadn't actually added a light to the scene. And I know that's super like novice, like, are you serious? But I just didn't know. And funnily enough, like my 10-year-old who I've been encouraging to do this stuff, and I didn't know how much he was doing or not. He actually like looked over my shoulder and was like, "Dad, you need to add a light." Because I'm like, I see it here, but I, you know, hit play and there's nothing there. But anyway, yeah, figured out how to do the shapes, how to put some textures on them. I realized quickly on that, like, to do things and make things look really nice, I should be using like Blender or some other 3D thing, and then exporting models and importing them. And I was like, there's no way I have time for all that. I just went straight to like really base objects, using Godot to create them into, you know, basically packed scenes that you can load up. And then this state concept in Godot really kind of, you know, worked as this like idea of you've got this singleton model where, you know, you're able to reference it from anywhere. And so that's how you can kind of keep track of state throughout the game. And so, you know, the other big thing that really changed everything then is, you know, I got the 3D working, and then I was like, I don't have time to get dialogue working, and I need to tell this story. Like, I just had like a loom working, which was cool. But, you know, so I started searching really quick, open source, come on, please, I hope someone's done this, and found this visual, this dialogue add-in, and credited it to Nathan Hode at the end, because it just uses BB code, does all this stuff, makes it really easy. They had already built like a separate sample for like a VN type setup. And so like really easy to write a script in there, has its own little thing. So for the post-mortem here, just threw in like a little concept there of like, oh, okay, you know, just, you know, so you can kind of structure the loom to be whatever weave you want. It's all programmatic. It's all kind of based off of how many harnesses you say you need and how many threads you want to do. And so it works that way. Yeah, 10-minute mark. Okay, yeah. All right, so yeah, and so basically here, you know, that's kind of the last thing, just from a debug standpoint, is like people wanted, like I got some feedback where people were like, well, I really would have liked to actually play it more. And I kind of definitely agree. It would have been fun. I spent a lot more time playing it, and then, you know, having the benefit. And so, you know, there's no choice in the game because I just didn't have time to do the rest of the dialogue threads. I was already way up against the edge. And yeah, so as a result, you built that example. Yes, exactly. And so, you know, obviously, and that was the feedback from my own family who was playing it. You know, the kids were like, well, what happens if I say no? I'm like, it's going to make you take it anyway. No, you're not. Exactly, cats, please. So like, that's like what I wish I would have been able to do is reject them and then have the playing. And I play tested the one, and actually there's a limitation. It's not all keyboards that are going to have it, but some keyboards are going to have the limitation, which is that, and I actually have this pulled up, like the whole game's about like chording inputs. And so I don't know if other keyboards have this, certain do and don't. It's like anti-ghosting and chording. But like if you hold 5 and 6 and then try to hit space, it doesn't work. 4 and 6, you can hit space. 3 and 6, you can't. So maybe that's just my keyboard. I think different keyboards either support it or don't based off how they're actually wired. So actually, Seraphina's level where you're making the satin and it's like the really like hold down 5 keys with 6 harnesses, you physically can't do it without the automation because of chording. And so that was like during playtesting, and as I was trying to do it, I was like, oh, well, okay, I need the 6 harnesses because I'm trying to be true to how weaving works. You know, and anyway, yeah. So we got 1 minute left. I'll stop talking there. And you know, it's good being able to take questions. I really appreciate just the chance to share, and it's been really fun. You know, seeing everyone else's postmortems. This has been great. So thanks everybody. And I think ultimately the right message kind of got across. You know, it's all about the community and everything. I knew nothing about weaving before. I had no clue. It all just started with that. Do I want to invest in a loom? I really thought about it. The standing ones are expensive. I mean, some of the ones I was seeing, like, you've got to really, and like watched it. I spent 3 hours one night watching like a loom setup video, like just because I don't know, it like was fun nighttime entertainment, and yeah, it's a process. So anyway, we'll see. What are loom enthusiasts called? That's a good question. Loomers. No, I don't know. But yeah, so that's it. I will stop my share. For me, weavers. That's exactly right.
I was hoping for something a little more
yeah,
punny.
I really appreciate it again, and thanks, Mayor McFrumples, Neil, for setting this up as well, and everyone else. Really appreciate it. It's been
Yeah,
great.
thank you for being so patient.
Oh, of course.
Cool, awesome. Chat, guess what? We are down to the final presentation. Shimmers of Silver, presented by Abopo. I've invited you up to the stage, so whenever you can. Aha.
Hello? Yeah,
Hello.
I couldn't see it when it popped out.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let me do... I need to see... Yeah, get in here. And...
It's a great icon, by the way.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, this will come up at the end.
Oh, okay.
That's related to my shameless plug at the end. Hey guys, it's 7 a.m. Japan time. What's up? Good morning. Gonna see if I can stay focused to get through this. Share my screen. Yeah. All right, can everybody see that? It's gonna pop up like this.
Yep, we're good.
Okay. Here we go. Hey, my name's Kevin. I'm Abopo in chat. I'm part of Baguni team, along with Hyakuriki and Handstandish. We previously made Dungeon of Alexandria and Chrome Echoes in the last 2 jams. So this year, we were a lot less available than the last 2 years. Hyakuriki was basically completely unavailable, and Handstandish had a lot less time to work on the game. So one of our core like things we tried to do when we were coming up with the game was reduced scope. Chrome Echoes was way too high scope in hindsight, and so we wanted to make a game that was a lot tighter, with less content and things we had to make. So we had a lot of ideas floating around, but a game in complete darkness would mean virtually no art would be required, which is great for scope. And some ideas were floating around during brainstorming of like a horror game. And that sort of stuck in my head as I was actually starting to design the game. And that ended up being sort of almost like the whole point of the game, being sort of atmospheric and scary at times and that kind of thing. I knew going in that we would probably get docked pretty hard on the making Melanie happy, but it was too cool of an idea, so we just sort of accepted that. So yeah, so shout outs. Art is by Handstandish. The Dark Shippy Doos shop music is by Lancio Late, one of our friends, and just special thanks to Hyakuriki for sticking around and giving input and playtesting and things like that. So development setup, the echolocation that people were wondering about during the playthrough is actually pretty simple. I just used the basic Unity particle system, and there's a way to detect when a particle hits an object. And so the object would take that collision, spawn a copy of the particle sprite, and color it depending on what type the object is. That was really not that hard. To build the meshes for the level, Unity has a poly builder plugin that was super useful for like rapid development prototyping the levels. You just build it's basically got a 3D modeler just in Unity. And so I didn't have to do like importing from other softwares. I could just build it in the map, adjust it in Unity, like adjust the walls of the doors all in Unity, which is super, super useful. In order to achieve the complete darkness effect, I basically just turned off the models of everything. The models are just turned off because I couldn't find a good way to like have the models still on but dark enough to not see them. It was weird, which ended up having some issues when I actually wanted to show stuff like the monster at the end or the shop. And so I had to sort of write like a janky shader to have objects become visible when under a light, which is surprisingly hard. There's not like an automatic detection for like how much light is hitting this object built into Unity, so I had to write that myself. So super early designs, like as quickly as I could, I made this super tiny prototype room to send to some friends to playtest. Due to the nature of the game, I knew playtesting would be super, super important. Because since you can't see anything, everybody's going to interpret what they see differently. And so we playtested early and playtested often. And I think that was huge in making the game like remotely understandable to play. I knew sound effects was going to be super important because it'd be most of the feedback you'd be able to get for what's going on around you. And so just this early prototype, like a couple days after the jam started, already had sound effects in it for like the echolocation and turning switches and hearing like the shooter shooting things. Sound effects were already in. The response to this early prototype was pretty good, and so I just sort of continued on from there. So some of the best feedback we got from playtesting was adding more colors for stuff. We had just initially green and red, and that was it. Green for stuff you could interact with, red for things that hurt you. But people found it really confusing. They couldn't figure out what the push blocks are, and they didn't know what the monster was. They thought it was just more spikes or something. And so we added more colors, like blue for the boxes and orange for the monster. So everything felt, you could tell when things were different from each other. Extra rooms for teaching mechanics, adjusting the monster a lot to just so people could understand what it was and how it worked, and adding the space bar for echolocation, which is one of my friends is a highly requested feature. Personally, I love the mouse shake for like the echolocation because I thought it made like the shaking the hair feel like shaking the hair, but a lot of people just wanted a button. Special thanks to egpNoodlez for leaving a comment commending the mouse controls. Appreciate it. So just to go over some screenshots because you can't see anything. Oh, this is pretty low quality. Maybe I'll just do this. So like here's basically how the game looks, because you can't see it otherwise everything's invisible. But this is what the game looks like with stuff turned on. You can see how the map basically sort of circles around the central cage of the monster, so you get to interact with it a couple times throughout the game. That was a really big point I wanted to do. I thought it felt cool to sort of you encounter this monster a couple times behind the cage before you finally go inside with it and kind of builds tension. Here's just close up of the monster cage. Dark Shippy Doo's sort of shop and area. Up to this point, a lot of the game is just sort of like do a puzzle, continue on, go to a room, figure out the room, continue. I wanted a space that was just sort of more open-ended and exploratory. So I made this sort of section of where you're trying to collect the donuts for Dark Shippy Doos. So there's, you can take it in any direction, in any order you want. It's sort of just like a free exploration area to pick those up and move around and things like that. Can I check chat real quick so when I get time or whatever, show chat? Yeah, great. Okay. So the donuts were not supposed to be donuts. When I prototyped it, I just used a torus and said they were donuts because I thought it was funny. And then Handstandish liked it so much that he just drew drew donuts, and it just stayed as donuts. So here's what Dark Shippy Doos shops looks like. This you can see in game, so that's the same. And then the sort of donut area, there's all these different paths and things. You can go in any order. And I also thought it'd be cool to have an object you can see, but don't know how to get to yet. And so you're sort of figuring out how to get to the thing you can see instead of just being blind the whole time. And I think that worked pretty well. I think that went quite well. That was pretty fun. And then finally, a close-up of the monster. So yeah, Handstand just drew this. It's like just weird and creepy enough to work when you just see it for a split second. It's got all these, it's got a weird number of fingers, like these big horns, this crazy jaw, like this gross rat tail. And yeah, I think it worked out to be a really good reveal at the end. Okay. In terms of the story of the game, I grew sort of attached to the silent protagonist, Seraphina, and so I felt there wasn't going to be a whole lot of space to do a bunch of dialogue or include a lot of characters, but I wanted to do something, and so we included a little basic story of the third friend and Dark Shippy Doos, and added a little bit of dialogue and stuff. If I could improve something of the game, it would definitely be the story, and more dialogue or characters or lore or something like that. The Jesse lore is hilarious. I don't know how all of us separately came to the name Jesse, but I think it's really funny that we did that. Okay, some final miscellaneous thoughts. I considered adding music to the final encounter with the monster to build tension, but the sound effects are so important, especially there, that I didn't want to take away from that at all. I wished there could have been more puzzles with the slingshot at the end, near the end of the game, but I was already hitting the limit on time for the 30-minute time limit, and I didn't want to adjust the design of the game. It was already pretty much finished, and so I just sort of accepted that. And I'm really happy with how atmospheric and creepy the game felt, because I've never really made anything like this before. Yeah, headphones super important. I did a lot of 3D sound adjusting so that you can hear things from far away as you get closer and from different directions, based on where they are in the world. So that helps you figure out where things are. The sound effects are the most important part of the game, probably, because it's, other than the echolocation, the only information you get of what's actually around you. And it helps define the monster doing things and stuff. So yeah, really, really proud of that. So if anybody has some questions, I guess, for the last couple minutes we have, go for it. Any direct inspirations? I can't think of any specific games, but games, I think, what is it is it Silent Hill 2, where there's a monster in the sewers that you never actually get to see? Things like that. I know there are games that exist, and a lot of people when they talk about horror games is like the monster is scarier when you can't see it. And luckily in our game, you can basically never see it. And so that helps a lot to build tension because you don't know what it is or what it's capable of, just that it's there. My background in game dev, I can maybe move on to my shameless plug. I have an indie studio. We're working on a game called Hamster Scramble. There's a demo available on Steam right now, so please try it out. We're working very hard. Here's the link in chat. We're also running until August 15th, we're doing like a speed run competition sort of thing, where you can submit to our Discord, the Hamster Scramble Discord, your best times on a couple of the story stages, and you can win a Steam gift card. So far, there have been 0 submissions. So if you beat them and submit your times, maybe you could get a Steam gift card. Is it allowed to post a different Discord link within the Discord? Is that allowed? You guys cool with that? All right. No. So here's a link to the Hamster Scramble Discord. If you'd like to join in the speedrun event, the details are on the event page in there. Link's also on the Steam page. Yeah. Thanks, wujak. So yeah. Appreciate it. Had a lot of fun this year. You guys' games was awesome. I missed majority of the Post-Mortems because I was asleep. But I'm glad I woke up and was able to be a part. It was a great time. Had a lot of fun. Looking forward to next year as well. Yeah, I know they're recorded. I'll definitely go check them out once it's uploaded. For sure, will do. But yeah, I think that's all I got. Thanks, everybody.
No, thank you. Thank you for wrapping everything up with this cool presentation. Just want to reiterate, like, the not showing the monster is just, so atmospheric.
Yeah, I was really happy how well Kyle's playthrough went.
I wish he turned off the lights for that one. That's my only complaint.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because in a game like that, we had the longest playtime recorded was an hour and a half for one of my friends, and so it was wild. If you don't understand one of the puzzles, it could wildly vary playtime. But I'm glad he got through it pretty quickly and reacted well to it and things like that. So I was pretty happy with how it looked.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll hop off stage, I guess.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Bye. And speaking of bye, thank you everyone for joining. This was kind of awesome. A lot of people sign up, and probably even more are going to start watching the video on YouTube. Thank you everyone for showing up and hanging out as long as you could. I know we all have busy schedules, and this was a pretty long presentation. But yeah, I'm gonna wave goodbye. Have a robot party.
I'm gonna hop on here to go to Soapbox for a second to say thank you so much for putting it together and donating some of your time to do the scheduling and run things and all that kind of stuff. So thanks for helping put together a cool thing.
No, thank you, and right back at you for having my back. And all the mods have helped out. Mediocre Apple, LKB,
Cats.
Screaming Argonaut, Cats especially, yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
So
and
send
everyone
them.
else who stopped by to watch and stopped by to give their Post-Mortems, which makes this community special.
Yeah. Okay, with that, I will be shutting this down so everyone can get on with their days. But again, thank you once again, and we'll do this again next year.